Ladies and gentlemen, the Joseph Schlitz Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin presents The Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
I was curious. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the largest selling beer in America. No wonder it's the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
If you like good beer, you'll find it pays to be curious and learn about Schlitz for yourself. And now, The Halls of Ivy.
That surround us here today, and we will not forget though we be far, far away.
Welcome again to Ivy. Ivy College, that is, in the town of Ivy, USA. As it must to all men in these United States, the census taker has finally gotten around to that institution of learning presided over by Dr. William Todhunter Hall. At the moment, Dr. Hall and his wife, the former Victoria Cromwell of the London stage, are being interviewed by an efficient young lady with a red, white, and blue portfolio.
Now, I have a surprise for you, Dr. Hall. You and your wife are number 35 on my list.
Why should that be a surprise? Does being the 35th interviewee win something? Say 2 glorious weeks in Gopher Hole, Nevada?
No. Every 5th person that we count has to answer a few additional questions about his way of living.
Oh, yeah, I've read about it, Toddy. Yeah, well, I'll answer it.
Thank you, my dear. And now, Miss Gregg, what would you like to know?
Well, some of them are rather personal questions, but all information is confidential, you understand.
Yes, of course. Yes, I realize that this information will be seen by only a few hundred people and will be about as confidential as a sunset. So let's get on with it.
Then to begin with...
Excuse me. Yes, Vicky?
It's the campus police.
Officer Grogan?
Yes. He wants to know if Mr. Wellman has got here.
No, I'm not expecting him, Vicky. Wellman. If I could just get through one day without a visit from that man.
Dr. Hall.
Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Gregg.
Could you tell me how many times you've been married?
Toddy, he says Wellman is supposed to be here now. It's about an arrest.
Whose arrest?
Well, I'll find out.
Dr. Hall, the number of marriages...
Yes.
And the number of years since the last wedding.
To be sure, yes. Vicky, what does he say?
Dr. Hall.
Yes, your question. The answer is, yes. Oh, yes, 8 wives and 1 year.
Heavenly days.
Oh, they have been, I assure you.
A child, perhaps?
Oh, no, she was of age. Oh, Vicky!
It's all right, Toddy. Officer Grogan said Mr. Wellman would explain everything to you. It sounded like something serious.
With Mr. Wellman, everything is serious. He romps through life with the light-hearted abandon of an aging water buffalo. Not that I dislike the man, mind you.
Of course not, dear. He's dreamy.
Or that he tries my patience.
No, if he ever tried it, I'm sure he'd love it.
Or that he doesn't mean everything for the best.
Surely, dear. I doubt if he'd ever strike a woman who was wearing glasses.
Vicky, why do you always stick up for that fellow?
Sorry, I'm sure. Oh, it's the front door. I'll get it.
Dr. Hall, excuse me. But...
Oh, Miss Gregg, I really must apologize. I completely forgot.
I understand perfectly. Perhaps it would be better if I came back later.
Well, if it wouldn't inconvenience you.
No, not at all. If you'll be home around 2 o'clock...
Excuse me, Miss Gregg. Here's Mr. Wellman, William.
Dr. Hall.
Mr. Wellman, come in. Miss Gregg, this is Mr. Wellman, head of our Board of Governors.
How do you do?
Miss Gregg, from your portfolio there, I assume you're the census taker?
Yes.
Am I right that the population of the town, exclusive of those living on campus here, is 19,911?
Why, yes. That's our preliminary tally.
Thank you.
Certainly. Goodbye, everyone.
Goodbye. And now, Mr. Wellman, what's this about Officer Grogan?
The situation is very simple. Does the name Walt Bentheimer mean anything to you?
Walt Bentheimer.
You must have read about him in the paper. If you read the papers. He had considerable notoriety about a month ago. Bentheimer, his wife, and 7 offspring.
Oh, yes, the man with the 7 children who lives in a silver trailer.
There is no necessity to make it sound like a fairy tale, Mrs. Hall.
Yes, I remember him. The newspapers said he was arrested for vagrancy and trespassing on city property. No visible means of support.
This man is a public nuisance. He drove his trailer right into the park across from the city hall and set up housekeeping. His children bathed in the public fountain, and his wife strung her washing between the statues of General Lee and General Grant.
General Lee and General Grant. Well, that's one way of keeping the country strung together.
The situation was far from humorous, Mrs. Hall. It created very bad publicity for this town throughout the entire state.
I remember now. When Bentheimer was arrested, he criticized the police department, the jail accommodations, and the park commission. And all with some justice. He had added up his Bill of Rights and found an error in the total.
Dr. Hall.
Well, really, I don't see why all your excitement, Mr. Wellman. This all happened a month ago.
You will see, Mrs. Hall, when I tell you that he is now dug in on our own campus.
Here?
At Ivy?
Here at Ivy. Not 15 minutes ago, Officer Grogan saw that blasted trailer parked right on our athletic field. And then, right before Grogan's eyes, Mother, Father, and all 7 of their brats streamed out of the trailer carrying soap and towels and disappeared into our gymnasium.
Wellman, they're using our gym showers as a public bath?
Yes, at this very moment.
Well, bless their hearts.
It's rather serious, Vicky. Trespassing on private property, illegal use of the college gymnasium. Using public city property is one thing, but this...
Dr. Hall, Bentheimer is a dangerous element. It's such as he that breeds social unrest, and a man like this shouldn't be at large.
Well, what do you want? To have him arrested?
It occurred to me that your husband might be able to use his talents for diplomacy. He has a clever mind, in his own sort of way.
We thank you, Mr. Wellman.
If you can persuade this fellow to move on, I mean, if you can handle this unpleasant matter without unpleasantness.
These are orders from the board, Mr. Wellman?
Dr. Hall, you will handle the situation as you see fit. I do not presume to instruct you. I suggest a course of action, as it were.
I see. Yes, very clearly.
You do? You do? Then, good day, Mrs. Hall.
Good day, Mr.
Goodbye,
Wellman.
Mr. Wellman.
Well, here we go again.
You know, Vicky, a man who can upset Mr. Wellman has a strong claim on my admiration and sympathy.
You apparently don't consider this Bentheimer particularly subversive.
Oh, I'm prejudiced in favor of any group with a predisposition for frequent bathing. At anyone's expense. I could never understand why radicals mounted soapboxes for their oratorical exercises. Cleanliness and anarchy always seem such strange tubfellows. Anyway, we've got to meet this breeder of unrest, this one family's social upheaval.
Well, it's a beautiful day.
Yes, I think we'd enjoy a stroll across the campus.
Yeah, like say to the gymnasium?
Mm-hmm.
Come on, Toddy, let's take a walk.
Hello there.
Oh, hello.
Would your name be Bentheimer?
Yes, sir. I'm Tommy.
Hi, Tommy. That's a pretty heavy sack you're carrying.
Uh-huh. Bet you I got 1,000,000 bottles in it almost.
Oh, go on. I bet you can't even count that high.
Yes, I can. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Oh, no, not now. We haven't time.
Where did they come from, Tommy?
Pop told me to pick up all the empties I could find around the gymnasium. Some people don't care where they drop a hunk of glass, do they?
No, I guess not. Where's your father?
Inside, in the gym. Want me to call him for you?
No, thanks. We'll find him. Mr. Bentheimer. Mr. Bentheimer.
Hello?
My name is Hall, Dr. Hall. This is Mrs. Hall.
Well, how do you do?
Oh, glad to know you. Excuse me, but I got to sweep right where you're standing there.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Mr. Bentheimer, Dr. Hall is the president of Ivy College.
Hey, that's nice. Just a minute, Doctor. Please, you're tracking my sweepings back onto the clean floor.
Oh, I beg your pardon. That was clumsy of me.
It's all right. We all make mistakes.
Hey, Pop, I got all the bottles. Now what do I do?
Well, you and Jimmy and Ted pick up all the papers blowing around the yard and tell Harry, Dave, and Frank to carry all this trash out to the incinerator. And if there are any kids left over, tell them to start washing the windows.
Okay, Pop, big deal.
You said it, kid.
Is he the youngest?
I think so. He's not as familiar as the rest of them.
Mr. Bentheimer, I don't understand why you're doing all this.
Why, my kids are using your showers.
Well, yes, but...
Oh, we don't want to be a charity cases, believe me. Pay our way, one way or another.
I see.
I hate to say this, Doctor, but I don't think much of your janitors around here. My wife spent a half hour just cleaning the mirrors in the dressing rooms. I don't like to rap to help, but, well, you know what I mean.
Yes, I do.
You see, Mr. Bentheimer, there was a dance here just last night, and we're a little short-handed right now.
Well, nobody can make a mess like kids. I ought to know. But it's the same everywhere. I was cleaning up the city park last month. Never saw such a mess.
Oh, was it your idea to clean up the park to pay for keeping your trailer there?
Yeah, sure. Any guy that gets something for nothing has received nothing for something. Say, you mind moving again? I want to sweep that place behind you there.
Oh, yes, surely, yes. By the way, Mr.
You ought to buy some new brooms for your janitor, you know. No self-respecting witch would ride this thing even after dark.
Yeah, I'll make a note of it. But
and your scrub pails got holes in them, too.
They have?
You can't hold water in a leaky pail. Man's got to have the right tools.
Mr. Bentheimer, your record would seem to indicate an aimless irresponsibility. But seeing you work, I think you might be the kind of rolling stone who suddenly surprises everybody by cornering the moss market. Now, what are your plans?
Well, at the moment, Doctor, I'm sorry to say I'm on relief.
I see.
Just temporary, until we get a place. Don't figure relief is a disgrace until you start leaning on it.
Well, you've tried to get a job.
In 48 out of 49 states. But I like it here. It's nice. It makes me feel at home. 7 kids, you know. Well, I'd like to have some of them go to Ivy one day.
That's certainly worth working for.
Oh, yes, it is.
Oh, I can pay my way, Doctor. You need help there. I can't take over arithmetic or any of them foreign languages for you, but I can certainly make this campus shine.
No, we can't have you living on the athletic field, you know.
Well, as soon as I'm working, I'll sell my trailer and get a house. Mary and the kids need a house with a yard and some flowers, maybe. Things with roots to them.
I understand.
Of course, I've got to warn you right off. I'm kind of a jinx janitor.
In what way?
Well, for instance, the last janitoring I did was in an office. And the boss told me to polish the floors, so I did. And that ended it.
The job ended?
No, the boss did. Skidded on the floor and ended himself pretty bad.
No more job.
No more job. And then the place before that, I was hired to wash windows. So I did. Got them too clean. Some guy poked his head right through the glass.
No more job?
No more job. I guess I'm downright dangerous.
Yes, in your case, cleanliness is next to catastrophe.
But maybe here at Ivy, my luck might change.
Let's hope so.
Well, Mr. Bentheimer, I'll think about all this. I'll be talking to you again.
Look, if you can wait a minute, I'll go get Mary. She'd love to meet you. We ain't ever met a college president.
Oh, I'm afraid I haven't the time just now. Well, I'll go home and think this thing over.
I know. And there'll only be one answer after you've thought it over. How can I get them Bentheimers out of here? And you're right, Doc, from your standpoint anyhow. I guess it's up to me to move.
Well, now, let's not be too hasty, Mr. Bentheimer. It's possible that it's my move instead of yours. Yes. My move, perhaps. You keep your queen where she is, and I'll see what can be done with a night or two. Yes. And if things work out the way they should, I think I might be able to give you a check. Mate?
I was curious. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the largest selling beer in America. No wonder it's the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
We'll return to the halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman, in just a moment. But first, let's hear from a man who really moved in on something.
Well, my wife and I had just returned from a 2-week vacation. We had rented a comfortable little beach house up at the lake. And although we didn't know who the previous tenants were, they certainly left the place clean, neat, and, well, in really fine shape. After we had unpacked, my wife asked me to see that the refrigerator was working while she made out a list of groceries to buy. When I opened the refrigerator door, I was surprised to find 2 bottles of Schlitz beer and a note. Well, I called Mary and read it to her. The note said simply, couldn't very well take these with us. Thought we'd leave 2 bottles of our favorite beer for the next tenants to enjoy. It was signed the Burtons. Well, it was a hot day, so Mary and I just sat right down and enjoyed that Schlitz beer. And I mean enjoyed. Before we had even finished our first glass, Mary reached into her apron pocket and took out the shopping list. She penciled in at the bottom 6 bottles of Schlitz beer and passed it across the table to me. Then she smiled slowly and said, "Well, look on your face, I'd better make that a case." That's what she did. And if that beer tastes half as good to other people as it does to me, it's no wonder that Schlitz is not only the beer that made Milwaukee famous, but the largest selling beer in America.
That surround us here today.
Returning to the halls of Ivy, we find Dr. Hall and his wife Victoria at home in their living room, but very much not at home in their predicament.
Well, it comes right back to this, Vicky. Wellman expected me to eject the Bentheimers, their children, and their trailer from Ivy campus. I didn't do it. Why did I have to be so sympathetic?
Because that's the way you are, darling. And why not? Remember, I fell in love with a certain college professor because he was so very sympathetic, so kind, and he wore his heart on his sleeve because it was too big for the inside of his chest.
That, my dear, is a very pretty and, I must confess, a very flattering evasion of the problem.
I don't think it is, Toddy. If you weren't naturally sympathetic, you'd make a poor president of a college. You have to be pretty level-headed to wear a flat hat as long as you have.
Yeah, but the point is that emotion and logic seldom agree on a solution. When a spinster lady finds a burglar under her bed, her mind tells her to shriek for the police, while her instinct advises her to exploit certain strategic advantages.
And who's evading now?
Well, it was an interesting thought, wasn't it? Vicky.
Yes, dear?
We didn't hear the phone ring, did we?
Well,
Could be a wrong number, I hope.
And it could be Mr. Wellman, who's a wrong number if ever I knew one.
Strange how civilization weakens a man against all forms of communication. Primitive man, hearing a distant drum, could stuff bark in his ears and pretend he... Oh, well. Hello? Yes, Mr. Wellman, I was just going to call you about Mr. Bent... Oh, no, she hasn't. I see. Yes, of course. Yes, I understand. No, not at all, Mr. Wellman. Goodbye.
Well?
He wasn't interested in the Bentheimers.
He wasn't? Well, I thought Mr. Wellman was more single-minded. Well, he's positively flighty.
He asked if the census taker had returned. He wants us to give her a message.
Whatever about? Dinner and dancing?
No. It seems that 3 of our professors have suddenly hired maids within the past hour.
Has that got something to do with anything?
Maids who will arrive this afternoon, imported from other towns, and who should be included in our census.
Well, I should think the chairman of the Board of Governors had more important things to worry about.
You remember this morning he asked Miss Gregg about the population of Ivy?
Yes. Let's see. Wasn't it 19,000 and something?
19,911. Plus the 87 members of our faculty living on campus. What does that add up to?
19,000 plus 87?
No, 19,911 plus 87.
Oh, it's 2, 9, 8, 6, you carry 1. 3 into 2 doesn't go. What's the matter? Can't you add?
It's 19,998.
Well, naturally.
It's just two less than 20,000. Of course. It all fits together.
Not to me.
Now, consider this, my dear. Wellman is on the Town Planning Commission and the Realty Board.
Yeah, I know. He's on everything that'll give him a chance to mess about in other people's affairs.
Also, director of a local building company, and his son-in-law owns a very profitable highway construction firm.
Well, I suppose this all means something.
A great deal, Vicky. If the town of Ivy reaches an official population of 20,000, there will be a bigger federal loan to our city, and a larger share of the state gasoline tax money will be allocated for local highway construction.
Oh, sorry. You know, I wouldn't be a bit surprised if Wellman didn't import those 3 new maids just to fatten our population.
Oh, I'm positive he did.
Really?
I think this time we're going to be on Wellman's team. For once, we both want the same thing. Although not for the same reasons, perhaps. But while it's always a step in the wrong direction to join Wellman in any direction, this time his wrong reasons turn out to be the right results, only better.
Well, I'm lost.
Yes, and before I go down for the third time, I'd better get started. Huh? I'll be back in an hour.
Yeah, what about the census taker?
Vicky, you'll have to stay here and wait for her.
All right. She said she'd be back at 2 o'clock.
Good. Now, will you ask her for a total count here on the campus and then phone Wellman? Invite him over here at 3 o'clock. I'm going back to see Bentheimer again.
Dr. Hall, I cannot give you very much time now. I'm very busy. I have an appointment downtown shortly, so if we could discuss whatever is on your mind.
Of course. It's regarding the Bentheimers. I called on them, you know.
I see. And what was the result?
Well, the result was, Mr. Wellman, that I found them to be a very nice family. However, I agree that their trailer home is out of place on our athletic grounds.
I should hope so. This is a college, not a tourist camp.
I've just come from a second talk with Mr. Bentheimer. He promises to be off the campus within an hour.
Oh, Tony, where they live?
Just a minute, Vicky.
Well, Doctor, I must congratulate you. I must admit that on occasion you handled matters with some, quite well. I presume that the fellow was stubborn and defiant, as his sort usually is.
Oh, not at all. No, I told Mr. Bentheimer I could secure him a job in Cleveland. A friend of mine operates the factory there. He supplies his employees with individual cottages. He gives them nice little places with plenty of yard for the children. He even furnishes seeds for their flower gardens.
Then that disposes of our problem.
It does. Vicky, did you give the census taker Mr. Wellman's message about the 3 new maids on the campus?
Yes, I did. She had already counted them. The total of everybody living on the campus is now 87.
Only 87? No, it's 89.
No, I'm afraid not, Mr. Wellman. You're forgetting that last month you dismissed 2 assistant professors.
Oh, but only 87.
Plus 19,911 in the town of Ivy makes...
Just 2 persons short of 20,000.
Oh, this is disastrous.
Why, Mr. Wellman? You never thought they were very good professors anyway.
The devil with the professors. It's the census. We've got to get 20,000 people in this town.
Why? It's such a nice town. We don't want it overcrowded.
No, 19,900 and something is such a nice number.
Of course, I don't suppose it would be right to count the Bentheimer family now that they're moving away.
What? The Bentheimers?
Yes, it seems that our local census has forgotten Mr. and Mrs. Bentheimer and their 7 children.
Oh, that's impossible. How could anybody forget such a splendid family of 9? 9! Why, that's enough to put us over the top.
Yes, that's true, isn't it? That is, it would have been true.
Oh, but we've got to count them. This is crucial. Well, where's that census taker?
Oh, dear, she's already left the campus.
Yes, and the Bentheimers will be on the highway to Cleveland in a few minutes.
We've got to stop them.
May I make a suggestion?
Yes, anything. We can't let them... yes. Yes?
Now, the college could use another janitor. Perhaps if we offered Mr. Bentheimer...
Oh, yes, he's got to stay. Hire him.
Very well. And as an evidence of our good faith, I feel that we should give him an employment contract.
For a janitor's job?
A 2-year contract. He doesn't want to be fired as soon as the census is taken.
Go ahead. Sign him up. Give him a contract. Buy him an automobile. Send him flowers, music, dancing girls. This is blackmail, pure blackmail.
Oh, that's rather a nasty expression, Mr. Wellman. Our law professor would prefer quid pro quo, which is a Latin term meaning this for that.
But a mere janitor, a fellow who was in jail.
Unjustly so, it seems to me. But we can make amends for past wrongs. Or, to use another Latin term, nunc pro tunc, freely translated, meaning now for then.
Oh, hang the Latin.
Well, the minutes are passing. What do you say?
All right. Go ahead. Give him the whole college. Good day. Nunc pro tunc.
Yes, my dear?
I would like to have a little talk with you about the census.
What about it, darling?
Miss Gregg took down some rather startling vital statistics about you.
She did?
Yeah, according to what you told her, you have had 8 wives.
8 wives?
And your last wedding took place just 1 year ago.
Oh, good heavens. I thought I told her I had 1 wife, and we'd been married 8 years. I just can't understand.
Well, I can, dear. At times you can be so dreadfully absent-minded, and this was one of them. For a moment, you just took leave of your census.
Oh, Vic.
It was pretty horrible, wasn't it?
Shameful. Oh. But I forgive you, which is more, I'm afraid, than Mr. Wellman will do for either of us. Or for the man with 7 children who lived in a silver trailer.
That does sound like the title for a fairy tale, doesn't it?
One that has come true, my dear. And like all good fairy tales, this one ends as it should. And they all lived happily ever after.
I was curious. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the largest selling beer in America. No wonder it's the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
And here again are Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
Good night, everyone.
Right.
Be sure to see Ronald Coleman's latest picture, Champagne for Caesar. We'll be seeing you next week at this time at the Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman. Our other players were Herb Butterfield, Bob Sweeney, Virginia Gregg, and Jeffrey Silver. Tonight's script was written by Leonard St. Clair and Don Quinn. Music was composed and conducted by Henry Russell. The Halls of Ivy was created by Don Quinn, directed by Nat Wolf, and presented by the Joseph Schlitz Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Ken Carpenter speaking.
Coming up is The Falcon on NBC.
Wheaties presents Dimension X.
Adventures in time and space. Transcribed in future tense.
Dimension X. On stage tonight, Dimension X. Another in the Wheaties big parade of exciting half-hour presentations.
Say, tomorrow's Saturday, you know, and maybe you don't have to show up for work. A whole swell summer day for just what you want to do. So start off with a big holiday bowl of Wheaties at breakfast and just see how it sparks up the morning. Wheaties are whole wheat, you know, and I don't have to tell you what good, sturdy nourishment that is. So if you got fish to catch or golf to play or maybe a hike to take, just see how Wheaties can make it all a lot more fun. You know why? Why, lady, mister, it's just because you feel good when you've had your Wheaties. Those two-fisted little whole wheat flakes are loaded with vitamins and minerals. And so are you when you've had your Wheaties. Go on, try 'em. Just you see how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11.
When the first space rocket lands on Mars, what will we find? Will we be welcomed with open arms, or will the Martians treat us as invaders? Only one thing is certain. Someday a giant metal ship will take off from Earth to travel through the black velocities, the silent gulfs of space, to descend at last into the darkness of the upper Martian atmospheres. And on that day, man will finally know the answers. The day we first land on Mars.
Now hear this. Now hear this. Approaching critical deceleration. Fasten gravity suits. Stand by to land.
Mr. Lustig, what do you make of the terrain?
There seems to be a heavy ground, Miss Captain. We won't be able to use our infrared lights.
And we'll have to come in on radar.
Well, isn't that a little risky, sir, landing in the dark?
I'd rather run the danger of a blind landing, Lieutenant, than come in without the cover of darkness. Remember, we don't know what kind of reception is waiting for us down there.
Airspeed 500. Altitude now 4,000.
Bridge to engine room. Stand by for deceleration.
Engine room, aye.
Fire forward tubes 1 and 3.
Aye.
Skids down.
Skids, check.
Altitude 500. 4. 350. 3.
Up a point now. All right. Let's set her down. Look out! Cut the power. Master's pipe battle stations.
Aye, sir.
All secured, sir.
Well, we're on Mars. April 20th, 1987. 4:33 Greenwich time. Enter that in the log, Masters.
Aye, sir.
Well, gentlemen, it's less than 2 hours till dawn. As soon as it's light, we'll send out a landing party. Masters, get me an all-over hookup.
All set, Captain.
Now hear this. Now hear this. All right, men. The smoking lamp is lit. We're 17 men on an alien world. And it's up to us whether we ever get home again. Next few hours should tell the story. And I want instant obedience to all commands. I'll court-martial the first man who doesn't jump to when he's ordered. And one other thing. We may be on Mars, but this is still a United States naval vessel. Officers will conduct a personal and weapons inspection in 1 hour. That's all.
Inspection, Captain. Now?
Mr. Lustig, we've got an hour and a half to sweat out before we find out what's outside that airlock. I'd rather have a man worried about his stripes than about what's waiting outside on Mars.
Now hear this. Landing party report to forward airlock. Captain Black, Lieutenant Hingston, Lieutenant Lustig, and Dr. Horst report immediately to forward airlock. It is now landing time -5.
Sounds like they're paging us, Hingston. You ready, Dr. Horst?
Yes. Ready as I will ever be.
Oh, come on. Let's report to the airlock.
4 minutes to go. Hey, where's the captain?
Who knows? What difference does it make?
Just want to get it over with, that's all. Has anybody got a cigarette?
I think you're smoking too much, Lieutenant Lustig. Are you nervous?
Lay off, will you, Horst?
Wondering what's hidden outside underneath that ground mist? Very unusual planet, Mars.
Why?
It has an atmosphere. Wonderful thing, an atmosphere. Where you find one, you find life.
You mean Martians?
What do you think they'll look like?
Who knows? Intelligent life can take many forms.
You mean they may have green skins and eyes on stalks or something?
The comic book conception is possible. Or they may have developed to a point that is far beyond us. Perhaps they have a science that can produce weapons far more dangerous than our atomic missiles.
You think we may have to fight our way out?
After all, we are invaders.
Now hear this. Landing time -2. Landing
All
time
right, we heard this. I know what I'd like to find outside that airlock. Good old Illinois. You ever been there, Lustig?
Only Chicago.
Well, you ought to see my hometown. Green lawns, big white houses.
Sounds like my hometown.
My grandmother used to have one of those iron deers on the lawn. Every Halloween, we'd paint it another color. One time, we painted it black and white like a Holstein cow.
Where does your family live, Horst?
I have no family. When I was a child, they were gassed to death in the Dachau concentration camp.
That's tough.
Oh, it has its advantages. I have no ties on Earth. Nothing to lose now. I imagine I'm the only one on board who is free to enjoy our present peculiar position.
All right, Lustig. You can button it up now.
Aye, sir.
Now, gentlemen, in 1 minute, we'll be the first men to set foot on Mars. Quite an honor, eh?
As long as the medals are not awarded posthumously.
Still uneasy, Dr. Horst?
Captain Black, I've been uneasy ever since I can remember. On Earth and on Mars.
Now, 30 seconds. Give me the intercom phone, Lustig. Masters?
Aye, sir.
Battle stations to be manned till we return. If we're not back in 2 hours, I want no rescue party sent out. Blast off and save the ship, you understand?
Aye, sir.
All right, gentlemen. 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Lustig, open the outer airlock.
Fresh air.
Let's go. Hold it now. It's too dark to move fast.
Quiet, isn't it? Not even a wind.
You can't see anything through this ground mist.
Quiet. You don't know what's out here. Come on.
What the? Quiet! Captain. I could swear that sounded like a rooster.
I don't hear it anymore.
A very unlikely sound. A rooster crowing on Mars?
Kingston.
Aye, sir.
Set that machine gun 25 yards to the flank. We'll stay here till the ground mist lifts.
Aye, sir.
What do you make of the ground, Horst?
Grass. Plain grass. You can see some large foliage there where the mists stand down.
What the heck is that?
Kingston! Hold your fire, you fool!
I hit it, Captain. What? Some kind of wild animal. I hit it. I could see the tracers, but it's still standing.
Come on, Horst. Doctor, where are you?
Up ahead. Admiring the wild animal.
Careful, Horst. Wait for us.
Don't worry, Captain.
Huh. It's an iron deer. A lawn ornament.
That's impossible.
It's hollow. Interesting, isn't it? A whitewashed Victorian iron deer sitting on a lawn in the middle of Mars.
I don't understand.
Look around. The mist's lifting.
Captain, look there. A house, a regular old-fashioned house.
On Mars.
Good Lord. I haven't seen carved scrolls and gingerbread like that in years. Look at that port swing. The geraniums.
There. I told you it was a rooster, Captain.
Give me the glasses, Lustig. I want to take a look through that front window. What? There's an upright piano. Some sheet music on it. Lustig, it's beautiful Ohio.
Beautiful Ohio?
That can't be.
Look here, Horace, do you think that civilizations of two planets could be identical?
I don't know. That specific variety of geraniums is only 50 years old on Earth.
Is it logical they should develop in Mars? How about that port swing and that piano and beautiful Ohio? No, it's impossible.
Captain Black, this looks like the town I was born in.
Well, it looks like my hometown, too.
I've thought of something, sir. It's the only solution. Maybe we're not the first ship to reach Mars from Earth. That's the only answer.
That's impossible, Lustig. If there'd been space travel, it couldn't be secret. Do you have any idea what ships cost, what industrial power is needed? There's got to be some logical reason.
Captain, I think perhaps we might find out. A light just went on in that house.
Kingston, cover that door with the machine gun.
Aye, sir.
Come on, Horst. You ring that doorbell. There's got to be a scientific answer to all of this.
There's something moving in there.
Stand back, Horst. Give me a clear shot. Maybe a Martian.
Can I help you?
We were looking...
Well, if you're selling anything, it's much too early.
No, wait a minute. What town is this?
What do you mean? Are you census takers?
No, we're strangers here. We want to know how this town got here.
Is this a game?
No, it's not a game. We're from Earth.
From where?
From Earth.
Do you mean out of the ground? Hey, are you sure you're feeling well?
Madam, we came in a flying ship across space. We're from the third planet. This is Mars. Now do you understand? Mars.
You go away now, you hear? I'll call my husband from upstairs and he'll chase you. Now go on.
This is Mars, isn't it?
This is Green Lake, Wisconsin, in the United States of America. Bounded on the east by the Atlantic and on the west by the Pacific. Now, go away. Goodbye.
Of course, do you suppose it's really possible that... I've got to find out more about this.
For the last time now, go away.
Pardon me, madam. What year is this?
Year? Well, 1928, of course. Oh, for goodness sake.
You hear that, Horst? And we know it's 1987. And we know it's Mars. Is it possible that we got fouled up, made some tremendous blunder, and circled around and landed back on Earth?
In 1928?
Well, maybe some switch in time or dimension. Could we have shifted somehow and gone backward in time? Horst, it won't hold water. It's not logical. We've checked every mile. We went past the moon and out into space. We're on Mars.
Find out anything, Captain?
No, we're going back to the ship till I figure out some logical explanation for all this. Lustig, out at point.
Aye, sir.
Hingston in the rear. Keep that gun at half load.
Aye, sir.
Horst, there's got to be some cold, logical solution.
Captain.
What?
That house down the street. The white one with the green shutters.
Lustig, what's the matter?
I never thought. Thank God. Thank God.
Lustig, come back here.
He's running for the house.
That crazy fool, after him quick.
Lustig, stop.
Come down off of that porch.
Grandma! Grandpa!
Lustig, what the devil do you think you're trying?
Grandma and Grandpa, it is you.
Lustig, what's going on here?
Albert, why, it's been so many years.
How you've grown, boy.
Oh, it's so good to see you.
Lieutenant Lustig.
Oh, Captain. Grandma, I want you to meet my friend. This is Captain Black. Captain, I want you to meet my grandfolks.
Howdy. Any friends of Albert's is friends of ours.
How long you been here, Grandma?
Oh, good many years. Ever since we died.
Ever since you what?
Oh, yes, sir. They've been dead 30 years.
What? You mean to tell me that Mars is heaven?
Oh, nonsense, no. All we know is here we're alive again. And who are we to question God's infinite ways?
Lustig, we're going back to the ship.
But, Captain, I want to talk to my
Lieutenant
grandfolks.
Lustig, I don't like any part of this. You'll come back with us. I have to club you and carry you.
Yeah, but, sir,
That's
they're
enough.
my...
Heaven only knows what they've run up against back of the ship.
Dimension X will continue in just a moment.
Well, now let's come back to Earth for a moment. And what's more appropriate than Wheaties and baseball? You'll see what I mean as I introduce Ed Prentice, who has a special treat for you. Carry on, Mr. Prentice.
Folks, I'd like to have you meet a good friend of mine and a prominent member of a fine little organization known as the Chicago White Sox, Mr. Lucius Benjamin Affleck.
Ooh, Ed, don't say it like that. Whoever heard of a ball player named Lucius? What if I went around and called you Paul Edward Prentice? Let's just make it Ed and Luke, huh?
All right, Luke. Say, just how long have you been with the White Sox?
Over 20 years, Ed. Golly, I played in darn near 2,500 games. Then at bat almost 9,000 times. Man, I'm from way back.
Well, Luke, you don't look it. How do you keep up the pace, anyway?
Well, Ed, I sleep good. I eat good. I eat mighty good. Wheat is about 4 mornings a week.
Those little old flakes put a lot of snap, even in an old timer like me. Must be because they're 100% whole wheat. I sure like Wheaties and milk and fruit.
You know, Luke, that's exactly what I hear from a lot of ball players and plenty of other people, too. No wonder they call Wheaties the breakfast of champions.
Well, thanks, Luke Appling and Ed Prentice. You know, folks, you may not be a champion ball player, but Wheaties can help you feel like one. So try 'em. Wheaties, that is. See how Wheaties at 7 can help at 11.
Horst, look at that crowd around the ship.
Looks like we're being welcomed with a celebration, Captain.
Celebration? They've abandoned ship. Every port is open. No guards said. You, Masters.
Hiya, Captain. Meet my old dad. Dad, that's Captain Black, and he's not a bad guy for an officer.
Of all the... Hingston!
What, sir?
Bring that man back. Use force if you have to.
Excuse me, sir. There's my Uncle George.
Hingston!
I'll be right back, Captain. Uncle George! Uncle George!
What the devil
Don't
is
you
going...
understand, sir? They've all found friends and relatives. They're all here.
He's right, Captain.
I've counted. The whole crew's out on the crowd.
But I gave orders. Definite orders.
You don't understand, Captain.
I understand mutiny. I don't care how many relatives show up. I'll have discipline on...
Johnny! Johnny, you old son of a gun.
Edward. It's you. It can't be.
Of course it is. Johnny, you old son of a gun.
Edward. Dr. Horst, this is my brother, Edward.
How do you do?
Hello.
It's wonderful to see you, Edward. Look, I've got to get back to my ship.
Hey, I almost forgot. Mom's waiting at home.
Mom?
And Dad, too.
Mom, Dad are alive? Excuse me, Horst. Then you're real, Ed.
Don't I feel real? How's that, huh?
Ed,
we've got lunch for you, Johnny. Mom's making corn fritters.
Dr. Horst, haven't you found anybody?
No, Captain. I have nobody.
Then you come on home with me, right, Ed?
Sure, you bet.
Horst, you wouldn't believe it, but it's been 35 years since I had Mom's corn fritters. By George. 35 years.
And there's plenty more in the kitchen, so don't hold back, Johnny. You too, Dr. Horst.
Well, Johnny, you're still in the Navy, huh?
That's right, Dad. I'm in command of the ship.
We're an old Navy family, Dr. Horst. All three of our boys in the service.
Ed was the best pilot in the Pacific. What did happen, Ed?
Oh, what's the difference? I'm here now.
Oh, you know, it's almost perfect. All we're missing is your brother Will. Then the whole family could be together.
Well, it won't be long, Mom. Will's in charge of the XR-54. That's the next rocket coming out to Mars.
Well, little Will. When does he leave, Johnny?
Takeoff scheduled for September, but it depends on what we report. There's no question about that now, eh? Christmas together again. That'll be something, huh?
Yes, sirree. Well, this calls for celebration. How about a little of the old dandelion wine, eh, Johnny?
Now, Father, don't you go giving Johnny too much wine.
Oh, he's a big boy now, Mother. Well, sir, isn't everything just fine? Just fine.
The candlelights are gleaming on the banks of the Wabash, far away.
Hey, play another song.
Sure.
Well, Dr. Horst, what do you think of my little family,
Very nice.
You know, I can't understand why you didn't find any folks here, Dr. Horst. It's just a shame. Everybody else is so happy.
I never remembered my family, Mrs. Black. All I know is they were gassed at Dachau during the Second World War. When I was liberated, I was in a delirium 3 months. I cannot remember anything before then. A psychiatric phenomenon.
That's terrible. Isn't there anything anybody can do?
I don't want to remember.
Oh.
I haven't had a pleasant life. I prefer to be free of emotional entanglements. They interfere with a scientific approach.
I'm sorry, Dr. Horst.
Oh, I'll get it. Hey, that's our ring, long and 3 shorts. I remember that.
Well, maybe we'd better call it a night. You must be getting tired, Johnny.
I'd better be going back to the ship.
Oh, nonsense. You stay the night. We insist.
Oh, I just couldn't rest thinking of you all alone on that ship.
Oh, I'll be all right. Well, good night.
Oh, wait a minute, Dr. Horst. That phone message was for you.
Me?
Yeah, that's right. A message from Anna.
Anna? I don't remember any Anna.
She asked if you were better.
Perhaps she's someone you knew at Dachau.
Anna?
She said she's coming over here first thing in the morning. So you'll have to stay over.
Yes,
well,
but...
that settles it then. You stay here, Horst. You can bunk with me in my old room.
Oh, but Johnny, we thought you'd like to be with Edward.
So you could talk the way you used to.
Well, we can't put Dr. Horst on the daybed. I think we better share the room tonight. There'll be plenty of time for talking, Ed.
I guess so.
Well, I suppose I better drop back to the ship. You know, Ed, security check.
Well, why do you have to do that here?
Well, I don't know. There's no good reason, I guess. Well, suppose we skip it tonight.
Oh, sure.
Well, good night, everybody.
Oh, it's good to have you home, Johnny.
It's good to be home, Mom.
Captain Black, are you asleep?
No. I just been thinking about what we were expecting. Green-skinned Martians with eyes on stalks. All the time it was only Mom and Dad and Edward waiting. It's funny what tricks your imagination can play on you. Yeah, I guess Mars is heaven, Horst.
I've been thinking about Martians, too.
Yeah.
Captain, just suppose there were Martians, and they saw us land. Suppose they thought of us as invaders. What would be the best weapon they could use against our atom bombs?
I don't see what you're getting at.
They would want to disarm us first, to wipe out all suspicion, to make us feel at home. But suppose this house isn't real. Suppose the people are just images, stolen from our own memories by Martians, created for us by telepathy, hypnotism.
That's the craziest theory I ever heard.
Maybe that's why there was no one for me. Because in all my life, there is no happy memory, no real loved person.
How about that phone call from Anna?
Yes. Anna. I didn't remember who she was, but I do now. I just remembered. When I was freed from Dachau, sick, delirious, I raved about a wonderful, kind nurse named Anna that took care of me.
There you are. It's logical. She's coming to see you tomorrow.
But there was no Anna. I'd been nursed by a man.
What?
Anna was only a dream. And there's only one way they could have learned about her. By reading my subconscious mind.
But that's impossible, Horst.
Why? The whole crew was thinking of home. Suppose the Martians read our minds.
Yes, but if there are Martians...
If there are, they have us separated. Each man in a different house. Sleeping. Trusting. No one at the guns.
I left my pistol downstairs. Do you think there's something to this, Horst?
It's a... Who would suspect his own mother? His grandparents? How easy. Just a knife in the heart of each sleeping man.
It's impossible, Horst, but we've got to get back to the ship.
Listen. The crickets have stopped.
Come on.
We don't know when they change back to. Whatever they really are.
Where are you going, John?
Ed, well, we wanted to drink of water. That's all, Ed.
You're not thirsty, John. You don't want to drink. You don't want
Look out!
to drink.
His face, it's changing! And his hands, he's a Martian! Run, Horst!
You can't
Run!
get away, John. You can't get away.
This way, Horst!
Can't get away.
Horst, where are you?
Captain John Black, the XR-53, calling from Mars. I've locked myself in the ship, but they've crippled it. I can't take off or fire the guns, and they're coming for me now, the Martians. I'm all alone here. All the rest are dead. Hinkston, Lustig, Dr. Horst. Poor Horst, he didn't even reach the door. Listen, they're trying to break through the hull now. Edward and Mom and Dad and all the folks. But they're changing now. Melting and changing back into... They're Martians. Can you understand me? Martians, not men. They made us think that Mars was heaven and we fell into the trap. Can you hear me, Earth? You've got to stop the next rocket. Tell my brother Will. Tell my brother Will not to come. They'll trap him too. They'll kill them all. Hello, can you hear me, Earth? This is John Black on Mars. Hello, Earth. This is John Black on Mars.
Tonight, Dimension X has presented and transcribed the Ray Bradbury story, Mars is Heaven, adapted for radio by Ernest Kenoy. Featured players were Wendell Holmes as Captain Black and Peter Capell as Dr. Horst. Your narrator, Norman Rose. Music by Albert Berman, engineer Bill Chambers. Dimension X is produced by Van Woodward and directed by Edward King. Robert Warren speaking. In a moment, we'll tell you about next week's show. And now, here is your Wheaties man, Frank Martin.
Folks, tonight we have a special guest for you. Here he is, Joel McRae.
Hello, Frank Martin. I kind of expected to see a package of Wheaties sticking out of your pocket.
What? Did I forget him?
You must like Wheaties, Frank.
Sure, don't you?
You bet. I'm joining the big parade of Wheaties programs, you know, with Tales of the Texas Rangers come Saturday night.
That promises to be real entertainment, Joel. I understand these are true stories of the Texas Rangers.
Absolutely. Each story is straight from the Texas Ranger files.
Well, we're mighty proud to have you join us, Joel, with this new program. We'll all be listening on the same NBC station Saturday night for Joel McRae in Tales of the Texas Rangers. Okay, Mr. McRae?
Okay, partner. Good night.
Good night, Joel. And friends, be sure to listen Saturday, that's tomorrow night, to Joel McRae and his new program, Tales of the Texas Rangers. And get your Wheaties, everybody. And this is the Wheaties man, Frank Martin, inviting you again to listen tomorrow night to Joel McRae in Tales of the Texas Rangers on the Wheaties Big Parade. See you then.
Next week, the story of the strangest case ever recorded in the files of the Bureau of Missing Persons. The case of the Man in the Moon. You'll hear the whole story next week when we venture once more into the unknown world of...
Dimension X.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Ladies and gentlemen, this true story concerns the heart of a great city. It took 58 minutes to resolve the question of its safety or its total destruction. This is the story of those 58 minutes. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all long cigarettes, brings you Dragnet.
If you want a long cigarette, smoke the best of all long cigarettes. Smoke extra mild Fatima. Yes, Fatima is the king-size cigarette which contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended to make it extra mild, to give Fatima a much different, much better flavor and aroma than any other long cigarette. That's why Fatima has more than doubled its smokers coast to coast. Enjoy extra mild Fatima yourself. Best of all, long cigarettes.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Tuesday, November 15th. It was raining in Los Angeles. We were off duty reporting in on an emergency call. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Lynn White, Deputy Chief of Police. My name's Friday. It was 8:25 a.m. when I walked into the Main Street entrance of the City Hall.
On Friday?
Yeah, that's right.
You have to take this elevator, Sarge. It's the only one to serve.
Right. Thank you.
Yep. I'm going to run you up to 16. Chief's waiting for you up there.
Well, what's the pitch? Only one elevator here in service out of 10? The place looks deserted. What's going on?
Well, nobody in the building, Sergeant. All the office people have been sent home. Lots of trouble.
Somebody declare a holiday?
No joke, Sergeant. Big trouble.
Well, you convinced me. What is it?
Here we are. 16th floor.
Okay.
Over here, Friday.
Right.
Hi, Jim.
Hello, Ben.
Made good time.
I came as soon as I got the call in.
Sorry to have to bring you back in. You worked last night, didn't you?
Yeah, midnight to 8 this morning.
Sorry. Come on.
What is it, Skipper? Why all the hush-hush?
Wait till we get inside. In here.
Okay.
Number one, let's keep our voices down.
All right.
I'll make it as brief as I can. Every minute counts. What time you got, Friday?
8:33.
All right, here it is. 55 minutes ago, a man walked into this building with a homemade bomb under his arm. If we don't release his brother from the county jail by 9 o'clock this morning, he says he'll pull the trigger on the bomb and blow up the whole building.
He's kidding, Skipper.
Well, who is the guy?
Name's Vernon Carney. Here's his package. He and his brother have been in and out of jail since 1937, small-time thieves.
FBI kickback here. We had him once before, both of them.
Brother's name is Elwood, serving a year for car stripping.
And this two-bit thief is sitting here in the city hall with a bomb on his lap?
That's right, in the next room.
And what kind of a bomb is it, Len? You think he's bluffing?
Could be bluffing. The crime lab says no.
Lee Jones from the lab get a look at it?
He's been in here twice. One into the box is glass. Says he can't see much without a closer look, but you can't get near the guy.
All right, what do you want us to do?
It's a volunteer job. You can take it or leave it. I won't order you to do it.
How do you want to handle it?
You sure you want a piece of this, Romero?
No, he doesn't. He's got a family. Can you get me another single man? We'll give it a try.
Wait a minute, Joe. What makes this job so different? Every time we kick in a door, we never know what's on the other side.
That's what makes it different. This time we do.
No, you're not going to cut me out. Not the only time I know what I'm getting into.
All right. Chandler's tried. Hannon, Davis, Watson, they've all tried. This guy Carney knows what he's doing. He's no pushover, but somebody's got to get that bomb away from him. It's your baby now.
I looked at my watch. It was 8:36. We left Chief White and started down the hall. If Carney was going to make good his threat to blow up the building by 9 o'clock, we had exactly 24 minutes to talk him out of it. Ben and I figured we'd better look him over first and then work out some kind of a plan. Maybe just talking to him would do it. Vernon Carney was sitting in a straight-back chair against the far wall facing the door. He was seated between two windows that looked out over the city. In the center of the right wall was a connecting door leading to the office where Chief White had briefed us. The door was locked on both sides. Just off the center and favoring the left of the room was a small filing table. There was a dictaphone on it. In the near left corner, shielded by a white screen, was a small wash basin. Vernon Carney sat erect, holding a black box on his lap. He held his right hand inside one end of the box. Ben and I walked into the room. What do you say to a man with a bomb?
That's close enough.
Cigarette, Carney?
I'm not smoking right now.
What are you trying to prove?
You know what I want.
We're not going to let your brother out of jail.
You've got until 9 o'clock to change your mind. According to that clock up there in the wall, you got 24 minutes.
If we go, you're going with us, Carney.
Don't take much of a brain to figure that one out, Copper.
What made you think you could get away with this?
I haven't yet. It ain't 9 o'clock. Unless that clock's slow. I haven't checked it against my pocket watch lately. That's the one that's running this show.
You given any thought to all the innocent people that are going to go up with that thing of yours?
My brother's innocent. I want him out of jail.
The court says he's guilty. He'll get out when he serves his time.
That's where you're wrong, Copper. He gets out at 9 o'clock this morning.
All right, come on, Carney. Get your hand out of that box. Put the box on the table.
You think I'm bluffing, don't you? I'm going to let you get within 5 feet of me before I make a liar out of you.
All right, Carney. I guess you mean business.
You can take 3 more steps and find out for sure.
Suppose we did let your brother out. We'd just come out and pick him up again, you along with him.
If you could find us.
Let's get this straight. If we let your brother Elwood out, how do we know you'll keep your promise?
What promise? I haven't made any promises. You just get Elwood down here first, then we'll talk about it.
Look, there's just one thing I can't figure, Carney.
Yeah, what's that?
If we don't let your brother out, you say you'll pull the trigger on that bomb. What are you going to prove by then?
It's 8:37 now. You got 23 minutes left.
No, I wish you'd answer that one for me. Why do you want to kill a lot of innocent people?
Don't try to con me, Copper. I know they cleared everybody out of this building 45 minutes ago. I know they cleaned out the whole block. They got it roped off.
Where'd you get your information?
I got a couple of windows here to look out of. Don't you think it's about time you sent somebody over to get Elwood?
What's to stop us from leaving the building along with the other few officers and let you sit here and touch off that bomb?
Go ahead. Won't be a long wait without you. Who are you trying to kid? You'd let me blow up $10 million worth of taxpayers' money? No, you're going to let Elwood out. You wait till the last minute to do it, but you let him out.
All right, let's go. Lynn, listen.
Yep.
I'm still not convinced that Kearney can back up what he says.
Then why don't you take the box away from him?
Yeah.
Now, we're in a spot, let's face it.
How about us getting him first?
How are you going to handle it?
I'm not top man on the pistol range, but I could wing him.
And then he hands the box to you? Or maybe he falls and his reflex action pulls the trigger.
Okay, I don't wing him. I stop him for
You
keeps.
just can't walk in there and shoot him down.
Why not? You do the same thing with any armed criminal.
Yeah, but you warn him first.
I'll warn him.
And after you shoot him, you find out it's a harmless gadget. Couldn't have gone off in a million years.
No, a gun's not the answer. We can't shoot him until we're positive.
We'll be positive by 9 o'clock, but then there might not be anybody around to shoot him.
We've located Connie's apartment. There's a detail out there checking it now. Bocelli and Morris.
Have you got any ideas at all? Anything we could try?
That's why I called you in. None of us have gotten any farther than you did just now.
There's just one thing I want to know for sure.
Yeah, Friday. Is it or isn't it? We all want to know.
Either way, we got to get that box away from him.
I get it. White speaking. Yeah. Did? No, stay out there. I'll call you. That was Bocelli. They just found 28 sticks of dynamite in Carney's apartment.
You are listening to Dragnet, the case history of a police investigation presented in the public interest by Fatima Cigarettes.
If you smoke a long cigarette, it will be in your interest to listen to a typical case history of a Fatima smoker recorded last week in New York.
Hi there. My name is Bab Beckwith. Bab, that's short for Bethany Ann Beckwith. I live in New York City and I'm a fashion stylist. The other day at a showing of the new fall styles, I ran out of cigarettes. A friend of mine, a designer, introduced me to the new long Fatima. I really wish someone had told me about them sooner. Fatimas are a lot milder than the cigarettes I've been smoking, and they have a delightful flavor, too. I'm very glad to recommend them to you, because I know from experience it's wise to smoke extra mild Fatimas.
And more smokers every day are finding that out. Actual figures show extra mild Fatima has more than doubled its smokers coast to coast.
So enjoy extra mild Fatima yourself.
The king-size cigarette which contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended to make it extra mild.
You will prefer Fatima's much different, much better flavor.
You will agree.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
The best of all long cigarettes.
We knew now Carney wasn't kidding. We could see into the bomb through the glass window in one end. There was dynamite inside, and there was dynamite in Carney's room. We didn't know if he had the nerve to pull the trigger. We didn't know if it'd go off when he did, but with only minutes remaining, nobody wanted to take the chance. From here on in, all of us agreed that Vernon Carney sat in the next room, holding in his two hands a force powerful enough to destroy us all. I looked at my watch. It was 20 minutes till 9.
How do we get it away from him?
I got an idea. It might work.
Let's have it.
Well, Carney's sitting against the far wall between two windows, and they're both open.
That's right.
If we could get a man through one of those windows, we might get Carney from behind.
How are you going to get him?
Well, whoever gets through the window could slug him.
What do you do then?
Somebody grabs the box. The crime lab can tell us what to do with it then.
How do we get a man through one of those windows? We're on the 16th floor.
Well, there's some kind of a ledge that runs around the building on each story, isn't there?
Wide enough for a man to walk on?
Let's take a look.
All right.
Let's see. Looks pretty narrow, Joe.
Good 18 inches. Could be done.
Too risky. It's been raining out. That ledge is slippery.
Strong wind out there, Joe. It'd tear a man right off the building.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
There's still a way. How about a ladder?
16th floor, Skipper.
Well, there might be a way. The fire department would know that. I'll get Battalion Chief Erickson.
There's Lee Jones in the building.
No, he's over at the crime lab. I'll get him up here, too. I don't know, Friday. Maybe it'll work.
It's got to, Lynn.
All right, now look. It's going to take a couple of minutes to set this up. We've got to know what Carney's doing every second of that time.
How about the dictaphone on the table in there?
Good. Get it on without him seeing you.
We'll try.
That dictaphone in there is connected to this one in here. This room is 1614. You got that?
Yeah.
All right, push down key 1614 on that machine in there and leave it down. Get the receiver off the hook and leave it off.
Leave the receiver off.
That's right. You know, if it isn't off the hook, we won't be able to hear a thing in here.
Right. Come on, Ben.
Lynn White speaking. Give me Chief Erickson.
Where's my brother?
Still in his cell.
You coppers are long on talk, short on time.
Yeah, we know.
I'm telling you, if you're on good, you better get over it over here.
Carney, I'll bet if we get your brother on the phone here, he'll tell you that he doesn't want any part of this.
You mean Elwood doesn't want to get out? Since when?
Sure he wants out, but not your way.
He's only got a year to serve. Why don't you leave him alone?
I told Al. I told him I'd get him out. He didn't think I could do it, but I'm doing it.
I'll make you a bet, Carney. You let us get your brother on the phone. He won't walk out of here with you.
Get him on the phone.
All right.
Where are you going? Phone's over here.
Have to use the dictaphone. I got to get an okay from the chief. Elwood's still a prisoner.
What's the matter with the phone?
No operators. You know the building's been cleared.
That's right. I almost forgot. Okay, you can use the dictaphone.
It's Friday, Chief. Carney wants to talk to his brother. I know you'll have to send somebody over. Have him put the call on the extension. Wait a minute. What's that extension number, Ben?
2351.
2351, Lynn. Right? It'll take a minute.
All right. I kind of like to talk to Al. Been a couple of months since I've seen him. We've always been together, me and Al, most of the time.
Joe, let's go in and see if we can't hurry that call.
That's a good idea, boy. It's 16 minutes to 9.
Yeah.
Hey, cop.
Yeah.
Forgot to hang up the dictaphone, didn't you?
I put the receiver back on the dictaphone. Ben and I had failed to make good on the first step of the plan. When we got outside the door, we briefed Davis and Watson. They went in to sit with Carney. It would be their job to keep us posted on Carney's movements. The dictaphone was out. We went back into the office next door. Chief Sam Erickson of the fire department and Lieutenant Lee Jones from the crime lab were already there.
Would have been a help. We haven't got time to cry over it.
Carney's wide awake, Skipper. He doesn't miss a thing.
White told us the plan Friday. We can't run a ladder up from the street.
Too high, huh, Chief?
The best we've got is a 100-foot aerial. You figure 12 foot to the story, that'll take you up 96 feet, 8 floors.
Mm-hmm.
We got the latest equipment.
What's that idea you had, Jones?
Sam, can you get a hold of a pump here in a hurry? Sure, we got a lot of scaling ladders, but you got nothing up there to hook them on.
You figure on dropping down from the floor above?
That's right, and I figure a pump here would do it. Sure it would. You could make it past the windowsill up there, but you got a 1.5 foot ledge in the way. No, what you want's a lifeline.
You mean lower a man on a rope, Chief?
Yeah, Romero, that's the quickest and the quietest.
Could you rig it so one of my boys could do it?
Sure, Lynn.
What's the risk?
None if you work it right. We'll strap on a life belt, give the man heavy leather gloves. 2 of my men will lower him down. Pick your lightest man.
What do you think, Lee?
That's it.
What do we do with the bomb when we get it?
I figure that box Connie's holding is about 1 foot square. Here's what I'll do. I'll get you a bucket with a 1.5 foot mouth, and it'll be full of water.
Yeah?
I'll have it right outside the door to that office. When you get that box, place it in the water. We'll get the bucket out of the building as fast as we can.
And once we get the bomb underwater, we're in the clear?
I can't promise you that, but it's the safest way to handle it under the circumstances.
All right, that's it. Sam, you take care of your end?
Right away. I'll get a detail to give me a hand out on the street, and we'll take the bomb to a safe area and decommission it.
Let's move on it.
All right, then.
Which part do you want, the rope or the bomb?
You call it.
Fire Chief Erickson said the lightest man on a rope.
That's me, Joe.
All right, I'll get the bomb out of the building.
Okay, that's the routine. And carry this with you. The man that comes down that rope has one chance to make good. Slug him and make it count. There's no second try.
Yeah.
And, Joe, when you grab that box, you've got to get it away from Carney before he can squeeze the trigger. Then you've got to get it down the street.
The elevator.
You know how to operate it?
Well, it's pretty simple, but I'll double-check with the operator.
Well, you better do it right now.
Okay. Say we better get Carney's brother on the phone for him. He seemed anxious.
That might be a pretty good idea.
All right, Romero, that's the outside phone. Get the city jail.
Right, Skipper.
Get going, Friday.
Right. Hey, you, elevator man.
Yes, Sergeant?
I want to see if I know how to work this thing of yours.
You taking over the elevator?
In a couple of minutes. You want to check me out?
Nothing to it, Sergeant. Here's the control. You push this lever right to go up, left to go down. You see this little trigger on the underside of the handle?
Yeah.
That's a safety lock. Be sure you squeeze it. You can't move the lever.
It's all right if I try it.
Okay, where till I turn off the master switch? All right. That's it. Right to go up, left to go down.
Uh-huh. All right, now how do you operate the doors?
Automatic. They work off the control lever. When the control lever is locked in the up or down position, the doors will close.
I got it.
Now, in case they jam, this red emergency button up here?
Yeah.
Yeah, push it. If that doesn't close, then we call a repairman.
Okay, I think I got it. You want to turn that switch back on?
All right. You sure now? I have my orders to get out of the building. I'll just leave the elevator right here and take the stairs down.
All right. Thanks a lot.
Sergeant, just curious. You going to take the bomb down this car?
We're going to try.
You won't have any trouble. We haven't had an elevator failure in 18 months.
The elevator man turned and went down the stairs. I started down the corridor and met Ben outside the office. He told me that Lee Jones and Chief Erickson were on their way up in the freight elevator at the rear of the building with the necessary equipment. The 2 fire department volunteers were with them. The phone call had been put through to the city jail, and in a minute, Elwood Carney would be ready at the other end of the line. We went in to tell Carney.
I told him over at the jail to put the call through on extension 2351.
When's it coming through?
Right now.
You got Elwood with you?
No.
We told you we'd get him on the phone for you. Call will be through in a minute.
A minute's a long time, cop. You only got 12 of them left.
Elwood's going to talk you out of this.
Oh, sure. Everybody's going to talk me out of this. First it was them other 2 cops, the little Porky guy and that other monkey. And you and this Dixie doughhead here. Now it's Elwood. Now come off it, will you? Get my brother over here.
That's him now.
It's your brother, Connie, I'll get it.
They put you.
Just gonna get the phone. You want to talk to your brother, don't you?
I'll take care of the phone. We'll just disconnect it for a little while. Now get this straight, copper. I'm through with your stinking rotten lying. I want Elwood here and I want him now. Now bring him here before I blow you all to pieces.
Who threw that phone out in the hall?
I did. You want me to go out there and pick it up?
Connie, that's not going to get you anyplace.
Are you the big boss around here?
Maybe.
Are you or aren't you?
I answered you.
All right, big boy, I got a piece of advice for you. You take your rookie cops here and get it through their thick heads. I mean what I say. I want my brother over here in this room. And you got just 11 minutes to get it done. Now you tell him that, will you?
All right, Carney. It's your show. All right, we got to work fast now. Jones, everything set for you?
Got the bucket with the water right here. Car's waiting down the street.
Right. Erickson, your boys ready?
Upstairs, waiting.
We all know what to do.
I'll need somebody to give me a hand with Carney when he falls.
I'll be in there with you Friday.
Ready to go upstairs, Chief?
Anytime. One thing you ought to know.
What's that?
Wind's getting stronger, about 20 mile an hour out there right now.
That going to louse us up?
No, but it's going to increase the sway. Got to allow for it.
How do you mean?
Wind's coming from the south. We'll lower you just to the right of the window. If I figure right, the wind will do the rest. Bigger risk, but we don't control the weather.
How you going to do it, Ben?
As soon as I get in position, I'll reach in through the window on his right, and I'll use the billy. Try to catch him on the right side of the head. One good hit should put him away.
Make it 2 and be sure, huh?
All right, you ready, Chief?
Let's go.
What's the time, Friday?
8:50.
Shouldn't take more than a couple of minutes for Romero to get down to that window unless the wind gives him trouble.
Jones, there's no use you sticking around.
I'll give Friday a hand.
That's my job. We got to keep you alive to decommission the bomb.
Bum joke. See you downstairs.
You ready, Lynn?
Yeah. Scared, Friday?
Yeah.
Makes us even. Come on.
Lynn White and I went into the next room with Vernon Carney. Ben was going to make a try from the window on Carney's right. Somehow he had to keep his attention on us and away from that window. If anything went wrong and Carney got out of position, the plan had failed. If Chief Erickson didn't estimate the force of the wind correctly, the plan had failed. I looked at my watch. It was 8 minutes to 9.
Carney, anything we can say that'll make you change your mind?
I've asked you 100 times. Now I'm ordering you. You're going to get to a phone and have somebody send Elwood over here right now. I'm through waiting. Now move.
You ripped the phone out, Colonel.
Well, then find another one. I told you, I'm sick of your two-bit stalling.
We've got until 9 o'clock to make up our mind about this.
You had until 9. You wouldn't do what I told you. Now I'm cutting you short. You guys got exactly 1 minute to get a phone in this room where I can hear you call a jail and have him send Elwood over here.
You said 9, Carney.
All right, Joe. We'll give him what he wants.
Davis, unlock the connecting door to this office.
I'll get the phone, Lynn.
A cord reach?
Just a minute. Yeah.
Your brother's a prisoner. He's in our custody and he's under our protection. We can't place his life in jeopardy.
Leave that up to Al.
Kenworthy, this is Lynn White. We want Elwood Carney over here at City Hall. His brother wants to see him. Explain the situation. If he wants to come, get him over here. Leave it up to him. Room 1614, you'll have to use the freight elevator.
And tell him to hurry.
Yeah. Tell him to hurry.
Oh, that's the only smart thing you've done today. Now, why don't you go next door and figure out another angle?
We'll wait for Elwood, too.
You don't think I'd let you get out now, do you? We're all going to wait right here for my brother. In case he don't show up, you're going to see me pull the plug. Now, sit down. Not so close, right where you are. Sit down. It's a loud clock, ain't it? It's windy. It's getting cold in here. Maybe I ought to close the windows.
Hey, turn on the heat.
Stay put, cop. What's that? What's going on?
Just the wind,
Shut up! There's somebody out there. I can see his feet. You stupid cunt! Pull him up! Get back there! You'll pull him up!
Righty, tell him to pull him out.
Pull him out!
All right, Carney. You win.
You bet I win, you dumb coppers. You didn't think I'd miss a trick like that. Now we'll just close the windows, boys. There's one, and locked.
Here's your brother, Carney.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Hi, Vern. You did it.
I told you. I'd do it, didn't I? That's far enough for the rest of you. Al, you come on over here.
Crazy, Vern. You're crazy.
That's what they've been trying to tell me. We're going home, Al.
How you gonna do it? There's a million cops outside. People all over town heard about this. They're holding the crowd back.
They ain't gonna stop us now, Al.
You'll never make it, either one of you.
I got him this far, didn't I? We'll make it.
Vern, do you think we could do it?
You.
Yeah?
You're gonna get a car ready for us, a fast one. Have it in front of the building. Move!
All right, Friday, do what he tells you.
Right.
Hold it.
Yeah?
If you ain't back by 9 o'clock, the deal still holds. I told them I'd pull the pin at 9, Al, if they didn't let you out.
You ain't fooling, are you, Vern? That gadget really blow?
4 miles high.
They won't let you pull it. We're getting out.
All right, copper, get the car. You got 4 minutes.
Hey, Ben!
What happened? He spot me?
Yeah, no time to explain. Now, listen, we gotta work fast.
Yeah?
We had to bring Carney's brother over from the jail.
How much time we got?
Less than 4 minutes.
How about the ledge?
Think you can do it? Strong wind, you'll have to hang on like a fly.
I don't know. I can give it a try.
Okay, same plan. Every second counts. Now, I can't brief Lynn. He's in the room with the guy. It's up to you and me.
I'll get on the ledge from one of these offices. I hope I'll make it.
If you don't, we'll know you tried. Now, hurry. Hey, Ben, wait a minute.
Yeah?
I forgot. The window's the one on his right. He locked it. You'll have to crawl around to the one on the left. You got it?
Right.
Okay. Car will be ready in 2 minutes out front.
Fine. Ella and I'll just sit here and wait. It's going to be good being back together, well.
We always were real good together, Vern.
Well, that's the way. Brothers ought to be together all the time.
Yeah, Vern, I'd feel better with a gun.
We don't need no gun. We got the bomb.
We need a gun when we get out, when we get on the road.
Okay, take your pick. They all got him. You, give him yours.
I'm not carrying a gun. I left it in the other room.
A cop without a gun? Who's kidding who?
I left it in the other room.
Frisk the big boy, Al. He's got one, huh? It's about time for that car, ain't it? It's 2 minutes to 9.
Yeah, this feels like it right on his hip.
Grab him, Joe. I got him. Get the box.
Leave that gun alone.
I got him, Ben. I gotta get his hand out of it.
Run, Joe. Get in the water. Run!
fast elevator 16 floors isn't very much, but I never shared an elevator with a live bomb. It seemed like hours between floors. I kept watching the bucket. The bomb was completely underwater. A small stream of bubbles was hissing to the surface. I waited. Main floor. I picked up the bucket and ran for the street. I missed the first step. I fell forward. The bucket spun out of my hand. I sprawled flat on the sidewalk. I waited for the explosion.
It didn't go off, Friday.
Yeah. I gave it a good chance, Lee.
It was all there. Look, at least a dozen sticks of dynamite. Snyder, bring that over here.
Here you are, Lieutenant.
Thanks. Here's why it didn't go off.
Yeah?
Had it rigged for a hard trigger pull. Would have taken a good yank to set this one off.
Hi, Joe.
Hi, Ben.
Clumsy.
The story you have just heard was true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
On February 15th, trial was held in Superior Court, Department 87, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial.
It's amazing how many long cigarette smokers are changing to extra mild Fatima. Here is the actual report.
From coast to coast, extra mild Fatima has more than doubled its smokers.
Yes, more and more smokers every day are discovering that Fatima is the king-size cigarette that is extra mild.
Extra mild because it contains the finest Turkish and domestic tobaccos superbly blended to make it extra mild, to give it a much different, much better flavor and aroma.
Enjoy extra mild Fatima yourself. Best of all, long cigarettes.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
It's wise to smoke extra mild Fatima.
Vernon Carney was examined by 5 different psychiatrists appointed by the Superior Court and found to be mentally incompetent. He is now confined in the State Mental Institution for the Criminally Insane. Elwood Carney is now serving the balance of his sentence with no time off for good behavior.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all long cigarettes, has brought you Dragnet, transcribed from Los Angeles.
Next, Sarah's Private Caper with comedian Sarah Berner on NBC.
Mother, is Maxwell House really the only coffee in the world?
Well, your father says so, and your father knows best.
Yes, it's Father Knows Best, transcribed in Hollywood, starring Robert Young as father. A half-hour visit with your neighbors, the Andersons. Brought to you by America's favorite coffee, Maxwell House. The coffee that's always good to the last drop. If an arrow rises, it must fall. If a river flows, it must bend. And be they long or be they small, all vacations have an end. In Springfield, which is still an average town, live the Andersons, just an average American family with the average American trials and tribulations. Their car is rolling rapidly toward the white frame house on Maple Street. And as they return from a long summer holiday at Round Lake, it might be interesting to note the thoughts which occupy their minds. For instance, there's Kathy, aged 9.
Gee whiz. Next week we have to go back to school.
Bud, who is 15.
Gosh, next week we have to go back to school.
And Betty, who is a very adult 17.
Jumping creepers. Next week we have to go back to school.
Then, of course, there's Margaret, the mother of the brood.
Next week, the children go back to school.
And last, but by no means least, Father himself, Jim Anderson.
Well, it won't be long now. Here's Maple.
There's Jimmy Woody. Jimmy!
Sit down, will ya?
Bud, stop pushing.
I'm not pushing. Kathy's standing on my foot.
Kathleen, sit still and behave yourself.
I was saying hello to Jimmy.
There'll be plenty of time for that. Jim. Are you sure everything's all right at the house?
Of course everything's all right. Why?
Well, you look just like a boy with his hand in the jam pot. And if you've done anything...
Susie! Yoo-hoo, Susie!
Ow!
Kathy, sit down. That was Susie. Well, you don't have to jump out the window.
Look what she did to my shoe.
I did not.
You certainly did.
I certainly didn't.
You certainly did.
I certainly didn't. Kathy, will you please stop screeching in my ear? I wasn't screeching in your ear. You certainly were. I certainly wasn't.
All right, that's enough.
Well, she said I was screeching in her ear.
I said that's enough.
And I wasn't.
Hey, there's the house.
Well, that's a relief.
What do you mean by that?
Oh, nothing. It's just that when you get that peculiar look on your face, I never know what to expect. I thought maybe you had the house painted purple or something.
Now, see here, Margaret.
Jim, I know you mean well, but whenever the children and I go away, you get such weird ideas about the house.
Oh, like the barbecue pit I built last summer. I suppose that was a weird idea.
No, it was fine until it fell apart.
How about the year you decided to turn the playroom into a bowling alley?
Never mind.
Or the year you painted the living room green and Mom had to send all the...
I said never mind.
Oh, gosh, I was only trying to help.
Kathleen, right after dinner, you go to bed.
But I didn't say anything.
I know just what you were thinking, and I won't stand for it.
But I wasn't thinking about the fire alarm you built in the oven.
Kathy!
But I wasn't.
Well, don't just sit there, Bud. We're home. Let's get the luggage into the house.
Okay, Dad.
A man takes a little extra pride in his home, and what happens? People make fun of him, treat him like the village idiot.
Oh, Jim, we weren't making fun of you.
You certainly were. You thought I was going to paint the house purple.
No, I didn't, dear. I merely said...
Joe! Hey, Joe!
Bud, come back here. Where do you think you're going?
I just saw Joe Phillips.
Well, take a look at the suitcases. They come first.
Holy cow.
Kathy!
Yes, Daddy?
That is not where we live. This is our house, the white one.
But I thought if Patty Davis was home...
You can see Patty in the morning, dear. Right now, we've all got to help your father.
Gee whiz.
Well, I guess that's about everything.
Jim...
Margaret, there's nothing to worry about. I haven't done anything to the house. Nothing much, anyway.
Oh, dear.
Kathy, push the water bottle under my chin. It's slipping. Want me to carry it? Just push it over a little. Oh, why can't I carry it? Kathy! It broke.
I don't know. People go away all the time and come home all the time. They don't get into things like this. Only this family. If we so much as go across the street...
Dad, these bags are getting heavy.
Well, put them down.
Don't you want me to take them inside?
Naturally, I want you to take them inside.
How can I take them inside if I put them down?
Margaret.
It's all right, dear. I have my keys.
Oh.
There we are.
Kathy, hold the screen door open until we get in.
Yes, Daddy.
And see if you can manage not to break it.
Well, how can you break a screen door?
I don't know, but don't try to find out. All right, Bud, let's go.
Oh, I don't think I can make it. This little bag feels like it's got rocks in it.
Kathy, what have you got in your suitcase?
Rocks.
Rocks?
Special rocks. I'm saving them.
Ye gods, we haven't got enough rocks in Springfield. She has to bring a suitcase full of them back from Round Lake.
But they're all different colors.
Bud, take them out in back of the garage and dump them.
Okay.
But it's practically a collection. I saved them all summer.
Well, dump them carefully, Bud.
Okay.
And don't break them. Mother, my arms are falling off.
All right, dear. We're going right in.
Let me get this bag through the door, will you? Yeah, that's a good girl.
Oh, well, we're home.
How does it look?
Well, it looks wonderful. Simply wonderful.
I had Mrs. Nielsen come in last Friday and give it a good cleaning.
Oh, that was very thoughtful.
I don't see anything different. Do you, Mother?
No, dear. Everything looks just the way it should.
Phew. Gosh, these coats are heavy.
Oh, Betty, you can't just dump them in a chair like that. You know where they belong.
Okay, I'll hang them up.
Just a minute, Betty. I've made a few little changes around the house. Just minor changes.
Jim?
Well, it's something I've had in mind for quite a few years. You see, the way I figure, there isn't much difference between a home and an office, so far as efficiency is concerned, anyway.
Jim, a home isn't like an office. You can't run them the same way.
Of course you can. And wait till you see what I've done. Everything's neat and tidy and orderly, the way things ought to be.
I hope you know what you're doing. All right, Betty, put the coats in the closet before they get all wrinkled.
Okie doke.
And then see what happened to Bud and Kathy.
If nothing has, do you mind if I arrange something?
Stop talking and do as you're told.
Yes, Father.
That girl can talk more and say less than any 10 people in Springfield.
Jim.
And she certainly doesn't get it from my side of the family, I'll tell you that.
Jim.
I've never heard anyone talk so much in my entire life. All the way down from Round Lake. Talk, talk, talk.
Jim. Oh, silent one.
Yeah?
Do you mind if I say something?
Of course not. You know that's a ridiculous question.
Well, I have another ridiculous question. What have you done to the house?
I've instituted a little system, that's all, and it's about time.
Mother, there aren't any hangers.
There certainly are. They're in the box.
The hangers are in a box?
That's right. There's nothing that looks sillier than a bunch of empty coat hangers. Besides, they don't do anything but catch dust.
What box?
The box under the box with the galoshes.
Jim, it's taken me 15 years to train the children to hang up their coats. And now you've hidden the hangers.
No, I haven't. I put them where they belong. It's part of the system.
You haven't rearranged the entire house that way, have you?
More or less.
Oh, Jim.
Now, don't get upset, Margaret. The least you can do is give the system a chance.
But if you aren't home, we'll never be able to find anything.
Yes, you will. I spent a whole week making a catalog. Everything is entered in its proper place. Dishes, silver, linen, everything's been put away systematically and entered in the catalog.
Jim Anderson, do you mean that in order to find a plate in the cupboard, I've got to look it up in a catalog?
That's right, under C.
C? Dishes under C?
I filed them under China.
That is the most ridiculous thing I ever heard.
It isn't ridiculous at all. You've been complaining for years that you haven't had enough closets. Well, when I got through rearranging things, I had 2 closets left over.
I'm not going to say a thing, not a single thing. At this moment, I don't dare.
Father, the door to the basement's locked and there isn't any key.
The key is where it belongs with all the other keys. They're all tagged, labeled, and filed very systematically.
Where?
Margaret, I wish you'd stop looking at me that way. I was merely trying to be helpful. I know it isn't easy to get used to a new system, but you will.
Say, Dad.
I want to give it to him.
Here's a letter for you, Dad.
Oh, thank you.
It was special delivery and I signed for it.
It's from the bank.
So I see. Now, where do you think a bank would be if they didn't have a system? They'd be broke in a week.
We're not running a bank.
No? Well, when some of the bills come in from the department stores... No, it's impossible.
What's the matter, Father?
Is something wrong, dear?
I'm not overdrawn. How could I possibly be overdrawn?
Well, they have a system.
Margaret, this is not a joking matter. The day I left for Round Lake, just a week ago Friday, I deposited over $700. Now, how could I be overdrawn?
Maybe their system didn't work.
You're darn right it didn't work. Just as soon as I find my checkbook.
Isn't it in the desk drawer?
No, I put it someplace else.
Part of the reorganization?
Yes, I put it in a much more logical place. A very logical place. Only I can't remember exactly where.
Why don't you look it up in the catalog?
The catalog?
Well, that's where you entered everything, isn't it?
Well, you see, that's what I've been trying to tell you, Margaret. I was trying to get everything ready for you and the kids when you got home, and I had the catalog all finished and everything, but...
Jim, you didn't.
Uh-huh, I lost it.
Oh, no!
Best cup of coffee I ever tasted. Tomorrow, right at your table, you can hear that from the world's greatest coffee expert. Yes, ma'am, he'll be there. Because the world's greatest coffee expert is your husband. Now, naturally, we think we're pretty fair experts. After all, our Maxwell House coffee is America's favorite brand. But the final judge is that man of yours. And if you'll just put a cup of Maxwell House in front of him, we're mighty sure you'll hear him say, best coffee I ever tasted. In fact, we'll give you your money back if he doesn't. You see, no coffee's made like Maxwell House, and that's why no coffee tastes like Maxwell House. No other coffee has that famous good to the last drop flavor. Get Maxwell House tomorrow and serve it to your husband. And if he doesn't say it's the coffee for him, just return the can and unused portion to us, and we'll gladly refund the price you've paid. You'll find our address right on the front of that familiar blue tin. So tomorrow, see how much the world's greatest coffee expert enjoys Maxwell House coffee. Always good to the last drop.
It's only minutes later in the white frame house on Maple Street, and the future looks dismal and dark for the family known as Anderson. Father, with his brilliant new system, has disorganized the entire household. But it won't be for long. You know how it is with life. It's always darkest before the dawn. And though everything may seem quite grim at the moment, there's really no need to be concerned. Just hang around for a little while, and gradually things will get worse.
They're in the basement.
But the door's locked.
I know.
Jim, the first thing we've got to do is find the keys. We can't live in a house where everything is locked up.
If I could only remember what I did with the catalog.
I'll settle for the keys. Can't you remember where you put them?
I put them in a drawer.
Which drawer?
I don't remember. Anyway, I locked the drawer, so what good would it do if I did remember?
You locked the drawer with all the keys in it?
Well, naturally. Then I put that key somewhere else.
Where?
In a towel. I think it was a towel. Maybe it was a pillowcase.
Jim.
But it's all written down in the catalog. If we can find that, there'll be nothing to worry about.
Except trying to get this house back in order again.
Margaret, there's one thing you refuse to recognize. Doing it my way, I had 2 closets left over.
And there's one thing you refuse to recognize. We have 2 trunks and 5 suitcases to unpack. How many closets do you think we'll have left over then?
Oh, I guess I forgot about that. Well, anyway, I tried.
Oh, I'm not worried about the closets. At least they're open. But all those locked drawers and missing keys, what are we going to do about them?
We'll have to make a thorough search, that's all. Bud!
He went out to get the rest of the luggage, dear.
Anytime the doorbell rings, he manages to do something else.
But you sent him for it.
Well, how did I know the bell was going to ring? Haven't even been home 15 minutes. You'd think people would have the decency to let you get your hat off before they start ringing the doorbell.
Jim, my boy.
Oh, hello, Mr. Gribble. Come on in.
I'm not interrupting anything, am I?
Oh, no. We were just sitting around playing a little game of button, who's got the button?
Yes. Jim, I've got news for you, the most wonderful news you've ever heard.
It wouldn't have anything to do with a catalog, would it?
What?
Well, that's sort of a key subject around here right now.
I see.
Who is it, Jim?
It's Mr. Gribble, honey.
I can't stay very long. Just stopped by on my way to the club. Saw the car in the driveway, you know. Oh, hello, Mrs. Anderson. Nice to see you back.
Oh, it's nice to be back. That is, it might be. Sometime soon.
Yes. There's no place like home, that's what I always say. The old familiar haunts with everything in its place and a place for everything.
Isn't it the truth?
Yes.
You said something about good news, J.P.
I did? Oh, yes, I did, didn't I? Jim, my boy, I've done it. Yes, sir. After 3 years, I've finally done it.
No.
Yes.
Well, that's great. What did you do?
Why, I've gotten the Springfield Athletic Club to open its membership list. Not far, mind you, just far enough to let you in. Now, what do you think of that?
The Athletic Club? Oh, that's wonderful, J.P. It really is. Isn't it, Margaret?
Oh, yes, I'm just goosebumps all over.
I'm finally going to get into the Athletic Club.
Well, I've got to get down there right away, so if you'll just let me have a check for $125.
A check?
For your application, my boy. I want to get it in before they change their minds.
You want me to give you a check?
What's the matter with you, Jim? Don't you want to join?
Oh, yes. I wanted to join for the last 5 years.
Well, then stop staring at me like a congenital moron and give me a check for $125.
A check for $125.
Mr. Gribble, we might as well tell you.
I left my checkbook at the office. That's what we wanted to say. Wasn't it, Margaret?
I guess so, dear. If that's what you say.
Well, there's nothing criminal about that.
Of course not. I'll drop by the bank first thing in the morning, and then I'll leave a check at your office. How'll that be?
Oh, that won't be necessary.
It won't be any trouble, J.P. And I don't think it's right for you to lay out all that money.
Who said anything about that? You bank with the merchants, don't you? Well, here's one of my blank checks. You can use that.
Oh. Well, is that you, Bud?
I guess so.
Well, come on in, Bud. Mr. Gribble's here.
Jim, if you'll just make out a check for $125.
I want you to meet Bud, J.P. He's a fine boy.
I met your son when he was 2 years old. Now, if you'll just make out a check.
Bud, you know Mr. Gribble, don't you?
Sure. How are you, Mr. Gribble?
I'm beginning to wonder.
Jim, Mr. Gribble's a great baseball fan, Bud. Why don't the two of you talk about baseball while I get on the phone?
I don't know one end of a baseball bat from the other. All I want... Look, I'll make out the check, and all you'll have to do is sign it. How will that be?
Oh, that'll be fine. Just fine.
I've got all the bags in, Dad. Now can I go see Joe?
No. I want you to stay here and, why don't you get Mr. Gribble a drink?
What kind of a drink?
Well, any kind of a drink. Water, anything. I don't care. How about a nice glass of water, J.P.?
Thank you, no.
Well, go ahead, Bud. Get Mr. Gribble a glass of water.
He doesn't want any.
We'll get it for him anyway.
Holy cow.
All right, Jim. It's made out. Now all you have to do is sign it.
Yes. Betty, Kathy, Mr. Gribble is here.
Jim, why don't you just tell him...
Betty, Kathy, can't you hear me?
What's the matter, Father?
I just told you, Mr. Gribble is here.
Good for him.
Well, don't you want to say hello?
Hello, Mr. Gribble.
Hello, Betty.
How about Kathy?
Hello, Mr. Gribble.
Hello, Kathy.
Friendly little group, aren't we?
Jim, why don't you come down and tell Mr. Gribble all about the nice summer you had?
Jim.
Tell him all about it, one day at a time.
Jim.
We're trying to find the key.
Never mind the key.
Mother, Mrs. Nielsen didn't dust under the bed.
Never mind Mrs. Nielsen.
Jim, Mr. Gribble...
Never mind Mr. Gribble.
Where? Oh, I guess I'll be running along.
No, wait. I haven't signed the check.
Oh, you remembered that.
Jim, I'm sure Mr. Gribble would...
Okay, I'll just sign it. Well, there you are, J.P., and thank you very much.
Not at all. It'll be nice having you in the club. I imagine.
I'll take you to the door.
Goodbye, Mrs. Anderson.
Goodbye, Mr. Gribble. I'm sorry everything was so upset.
That's quite all right. Quite all right. Jim, my boy,
Yes, J.P.
When you come down to the club, I take things easy for a few weeks.
Oh?
You seem to have been overdoing things a little.
I know what you mean, J.P. I'll be careful.
Yes. Well, I'll be running along.
Well, thanks again for everything.
Oh, not at all, my boy. Glad to help.
Well, I've joined something. The athletic club or Leavenworth. One of the two.
Jim, what on earth were you trying to do?
I don't know, Margaret. I thought if I could get Bill Morris on the phone about that deposit I made.
But why didn't you tell Mr. Gribble the truth? I'm sure he'd have understood.
I couldn't, Margaret. Would you trust all your insurance to a man who can't keep his bank account straight?
I thought the bank made the mistake.
They did. I mean, I think they did. I don't know.
Here's the water, Dad.
What water?
You said to get a glass of water for Mr. Gribble.
Well, he's gone.
What'll I do with the water?
Drink it.
I'm not thirsty.
Then take it outside and water the lawn.
With one glass?
Jim, you're getting the boy all confused.
Well, what do you think I am? No money, no catalog, no keys. Wait a minute.
Now what?
The middle drawer in my desk. That's where I put it.
That's where you put what?
I don't know. But I distinctly remember putting something in it. The catalog. That's where it is. Come on.
Jim.
Once we get the catalog, everything will straighten out. We'll find the bank book and the keys and... Uh-oh.
Is it locked?
Yes, it's locked. Everything's locked. But don't worry, I'll fix this. Where's the letter opener?
Oh, Jim, you'll ruin the desk.
Well, I've got to get it open. Here.
Oh, your poor desk.
You see, I knew I put it someplace.
Is it the catalog?
Well, not exactly. It's the check I was supposed to deposit.
Well, that solves one mystery. But the search for the catalog goes on and on. Just goes to show you come out way ahead when you know where to find what you want. Now, when it comes to coffee, you want the most for your money. The most in flavor, the most in enjoyment. And the world's greatest coffee expert can help you find it. Just serve the number one expert, meaning that husband of yours, a cup of Maxwell House. Then when you see him smile and hear him say, "Best coffee I ever tasted," you'll know it's Maxwell House for your best money's worth. Get a familiar blue Maxwell House tin tomorrow and see what that man of yours says about its wonderful good to the last drop flavor. Then count all the cups of truly good coffee you get from that 1 pound. We think you'll be convinced you get the most for your money with Maxwell House coffee. So tomorrow, introduce the world's greatest coffee expert to coffee that's always good to the last drop.
Again, it's moments later in the white frame house on Maple Street, and only one of the Andersons' many problems has been resolved. Father, who always knows best, has taken care of the money situation. But it's Mother, the gentle soul, who takes care of the rest. Like this.
Jim, we've got to go about this thing logically. Now, where were you when you finished the catalog?
In the kitchen. I wound up with the pots and pans.
Mm-hmm. And then the phone rang.
How do you know?
Well, didn't it?
Yes, but how...
Dear, whenever you lose something, the telephone has always just rung.
Well, then what happened?
It was Hector Smith, wasn't it?
Yes, but I still don't
You and Hector made a poker date. You had to make a few notes, didn't you?
That's right. I had to put down the address and the time.
And you also put down the catalog.
Well, I couldn't write with my hands full.
Now, let's see. What handy spot would be the most illogical place for you to put it?
I put it right on the telephone table. And then it disappeared.
Betty!
Yes, Mother?
Look on top of the valance over the hall window.
Margaret, you know that's ridiculous. Who in his right mind would stick a book away on top of a window valance?
You would.
I certainly would not.
Mother?
Yes, Betty?
I found the catalog.
On top of the valance?
That's right.
Thank you, Betty.
Okie-doke.
Well, I guess everything's all straightened out now.
Not quite, dear, but it will be. As soon as we put everything back where it was in the beginning.
Life is swell when you keep well. That's why so many folks eat Post bran flakes for breakfast every day. Every 1 ounce serving of these tasty, crisp toasted flakes provides bran to help prevent irregularity due to lack of bulk in the diet. They're so good, and so good for you, too. Ask your grocer for Post 40% bran flakes. Remember, life is swell when you keep well with Post 40% bran flakes, America's favorite bran flakes. Join us again next week when we'll be back with Father Knows Best, starring Robert Young as Jim Anderson, with Roy Bargy and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. So until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's favorite brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop. Father Knows Best was transcribed in Hollywood and written by Ed James. Now stay tuned in for Dragnet, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
Theater Guild returns Sunday. Listen next for Dragnet on NBC.
Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Vivian Lee and Laurence Olivier in Rebecca. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keighley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. The motion picture industry was delighted when Laurence Olivier and Vivian Lee decided to return to the United States after too long an absence. As you know, they're recognized as two of England's finest artists. We've honored Miss Lee with our Academy Award for her performance as Scarlett O'Hara and Mr. Olivier for his Hamlet. So I was especially delighted I was able to persuade them to appear on the Lux Radio Theater. Since they're sailing next week for England, their schedule is extremely tight, and we consider it a rare privilege to have them in their first and only radio appearance together on our stage. We chose David O. Selznick's immortal screenplay, Rebecca. First, because of Laurence Olivier's brilliant characterization in his original role of Maxime de Winter. And second, because the role of Mrs. de Winter is tailored to the charm and acting ability of Vivian Lee. We regret that Sir Lawrence and Lady Olivier can't stay longer in our country. But we hope when they sail next week for England, they'll take along plenty of Lux toilet soap. Vivian Lee has been a friend of Lux for years. Now, here's our play, starring Laurence Olivier as Maxime de Winter and Vivian Lee as the woman who tells the story of Rebecca.
Last night I dreamt I went to Mandalay again. It seemed to me I stood by the iron gates leading to the drive, and for a while I could not enter, for the way was barred to me. Then, like all dreamers, I was possessed of a sudden with supernatural powers, and passed like a spirit through the barrier before me. The drive wound away in front of me, twisting and turning, And finally, there was Mandalay. Mandalay, secretive and silent. Time could not mar the perfect symmetry of those walls, but I knew I looked upon an empty, desolate shell, with no whisper of the past in its staring, blackened windows. We can never go back to Mandalay again. That much is certain. But sometimes in my dreams, I do go back to the strange days of my life which began for me in the south of France. There, on a great cliff towering above the sea, I first saw him. He was looking down, staring at the rocks below. And then suddenly, I thought I saw him above you. No, stop!
What the devil are you shouting about? Who are you? What are you staring at?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to stare, but you were so close to the edge of the cliff, I was afraid that...
Oh, you were. Well, what are you doing here?
I was only walking. I came up the path and I...
Well, get on with your walking. Don't hang about here screaming. Go on.
I'll never come to Monte Carlo out of season again. Not a single well-known personality in the hotel. Coffee stone cold. Waiter, garçon.
I don't believe he can hear you, Mrs. Van Hopper.
Well, get him. What are you being paid for, girl? Oh, but that's Max de Winter. Look, see him coming this way. What are you looking so surprised about?
I saw him today on the cliff path.
Mr. de Winter, how do you do?
How do you do?
I'm Edith Van Hopper. Do you remember me? It's so nice to run into you here. Do sit down and have some coffee. Mr. de Winter's having some coffee with me. You may go.
Of course.
I'm afraid I must contradict you. If we'll both have coffee with me. Garçon, coffee, please.
Oui,
You know, I recognized you just as soon as you came in. Are you playing the tables much here at Monte?
No, I'm afraid that sort of thing ceased to amuse me years ago.
Oh, I can well understand that. If I had a home like Mandalay, I should certainly never come to Monte. I hear it's one of the biggest places in that part of the country, and you just can't beat its reputation.
A cigarette, Mrs. Van Hopper.
Oh, thank you.
And you?
Oh, no, thank you.
And what do you think of Monte Carlo? Or don't you think of it at all?
Well, I think it's rather artificial.
She's spoiled, Mr. De Winter. That's her trouble. Most girls would give their eyes for the chance to see Monte.
Wouldn't that rather defeat the purpose?
Well, now that we've found each other again, I do hope I shall be seeing something of you. Your valet's unpacked for you, I suppose.
I'm afraid I don't possess one. Perhaps you'd like to do it for me.
Oh, well, this young lady might make herself useful. She's a capable child in many ways, aren't you, dear?
Mrs. Van
That's a charming suggestion, but I'm afraid I cling to the old motto. He travels fastest who travels alone. Perhaps you've not heard of it. Good night.
What? What do you make of that? Do you suppose that sudden departure was intended to be funny? Oh, perhaps he didn't quite realize how it looked. Poor thing. I suppose he just can't get over his wife's death. They say he simply adored her.
When I came alone to the dining room the following day, he was already there, at the next table. As I sat down, I paid the penalty of my awkwardness. I knocked over a vase of flowers, the water soaking the cloth.
Mademoiselle?
Oh, I'm so sorry. What a stupid thing
You
to
can
do.
leave that, waiter. Go and let another place at my table. Mademoiselle will have lunch with me. Oui,
Oh, no, I couldn't possibly.
Why not?
Oh, please don't be polite. It's very kind of you, but...
I wasn't being polite. I should have asked you to lunch with me even if you hadn't been so clumsy. Sit down. We needn't talk to each other if we don't feel like it.
Well, thank you very much.
What's happened to your friend?
Oh, she's ill in bed with a cold.
Oh. I'm sorry I was rude to you yesterday. The only excuse I can offer is that I have become boorish through living alone.
You weren't really. You just wanted to be by yourself.
Tell me, is Mrs. Van Hopper a friend of yours or just a relation?
No, she's my employer. I'm what is known as a paid companion.
I didn't know the companionship could be bought. Is that a sketching pad? Do you sketch?
Yes, a little.
Were you going sketching this afternoon?
Yes?
Where?
Oh, I haven't made up my mind.
I'll drive you somewhere in the car.
Oh, no, please don't. I don't
Nonsense,
mean...
nonsense. Order your lunch and we'll get along. taken long enough for that sketch. I shall expect a really fine work of art.
You're not a very easy subject. Your expression keeps changing all the time.
Does it? Well, I'd concentrate on the view instead if I were you. It's much more worthwhile. Rather reminds me of our coastline at home. Do you know Cornwall at all?
Oh, yes. Yes, I went there once on a holiday. I was in a shop there, and I saw a postcard with a beautiful house on it, right by the sea. And I asked whose house it was, and the old lady said, "That's Mandalay."
Yes. Mandalay is beautiful. But to me, it's just the place where I was born and have lived in all my life. Now, I don't suppose I shall ever see it again.
Oh. Well, we're lucky not to be home during the bad weather, aren't we? I can't ever remember enjoying swimming in England until June, can you? But the water's so warm here, I could stay in all day. There's a dangerous undertow. There was a man drowned here last year, but I never had any fear of drowning. Have you?
Why did you say that?
Well, I said something wrong. I didn't mean to.
Come along. I'll take you home.
That night I learned the reason for his strangeness. I was late getting back to the hotel. As I opened the door of Mrs. Van Hopper's suite, I heard her talking to someone on the telephone.
Oh, yes, I knew him quite well. I knew his wife, too. She was the beautiful Rebecca Hildreth, you know. The most glamorous creature in all England. She was drowned, poor thing, while she was sailing near Mandalay.
I am glad it cannot happen twice. The fever of first love. For it is a fever and a burden, too. I have forgotten much of Monte Carlo, of those morning drives with him, of where we went, of what we said. But I have not forgotten how I trembled as I sat beside him. You know, I wish there could be an invention that bottled up the memory like perfume. And then, whenever I wanted to, I could uncork the bottle and live the memory all over again.
And what particular moment in your young life would you want to keep?
Oh, all of them. All of these last few days.
Sometimes, you know, those little bottles contain demons that have a way of popping out at you, just as you're trying most desperately to forget.
Yes, of course.
Stop biting your nail.
Oh, I didn't know I was a... Would you please tell me, Mr. De Winter, why you asked me to come out with you? It's obvious that you want to be kind, but why do you choose me for your charity?
I asked you to come out with me because I wanted your company. You've blotted out the past for me more than all the bright lights of Monte Carlo. But if you think I just asked you out of kindness or charity, you can get out of the car and find your own way home. Go on, open the door and get out. Here. Take my handkerchief. You better blow your nose.
Thank you, Mr. De Winter.
Please don't call me Mr. De Winter. I have a very impressive array of first names. George Fortescue Maximilian. You needn't bother with them all at once. My family call me Maxim. Come in. Well, hello. What are you doing here? Anything the matter?
I've come to say goodbye, Maxim. We're going away.
What on earth are you talking about?
But it's true. We're going now. I was afraid I wouldn't see you again.
Where's she taking you to?
New York. I don't want to go. I shall hate it. I shall be miserable.
You mind if I finish shaving? I shan't be long.
But I can't stay.
Tell me something. Which would you prefer, New York or Mandalay?
Oh, please don't joke about it. Mrs. Van Hopper's waiting, and I'd better say goodbye now.
Repeat what I said. Either you go to America with Mrs. Van Hopper, or you come home to Mandalay with me.
You mean you want a secretary or something?
I'm asking you to marry me, you little fool.
Marry you?
Well, my suggestion doesn't seem to have gone at all well. I'm sorry.
Oh, but you don't understand. It's that... Well, I'm not the sort of person men marry.
Well, that's what you mean.
I don't belong in your sort of world, for one thing.
What is my sort of world?
Well, Mandalay. Oh, you know what I mean.
Well, I'm the best judge of whether you belong there or not. Of course, if you don't love me, that's a different thing. Fine blow to my conceit, that's all.
I do love you. I love you most dreadfully. I've been crying all morning because I thought I'd never see you again.
Bless you for that. I'll remind you of this one day, and you won't believe me. It's a pity you have to grow up.
I was afraid to tell Mrs. Van Hopper, for I knew what she would say. When we were alone, she congratulated me. But I didn't like her smile.
But of course you know why he's marrying you, don't you? The fact is that empty house got on his nerves. He just couldn't go on living alone. You haven't flattered yourself that he's in love with you, I hope. Not after being married to Rebecca Hildreth, the most beautiful, the most cultured woman in all England. Oh, well, goodbye and good luck, Mrs. De Winter.
We were married that evening in a little village near the sea. And in May, we came to Mandalay. We arrived early in the evening. It was raining as we drove through the high iron gates. The bride twisted and turned as a serpent. And then suddenly, there was the house. Mandalay. A thing of grace and beauty. And yet somehow, almost frightening. As we came into the great hall, I saw that it was crowded with people. The staff of the house and the estate. They stood silent and curious, gazing at me. And then someone advanced from the sea of faces. She was tall and gaunt, dressed in deep black, and her prominent cheekbones and hollow eyes gave her a sort of skulled face.
This is Mrs. Danvers. You don't have to worry about the house at all, darling. Mrs. Danvers takes care of everything.
Good evening, Mrs. Danvers.
Good evening, madam. I have everything in readiness for you.
Oh, that's very good of you.
Will you go to your room now, madam, or will you have tea in the library?
Why, I don't think
The room first, Mrs. Danvers.
Yes, sir. This way, if you please, madam. I hope you'll approve the new decorations of these rooms, madam.
Oh, I didn't know that they'd been changed. What did it look like before?
It had an old paper and different hangings. It was never used much, except for occasional visitors.
Oh, then it wasn't Mr. De Winter's room originally.
No, madam. He has never used the east wing before. The only good view of the sea is from the west wing.
The room's very charming, and I'm sure that I shall be comfortable.
If there's anything you want done, madam, you have only to tell me.
Mrs. Danvers, I suppose you've been at Mandalay for many years.
I came here when the first Mrs. De Winter was a bride.
I do hope we'll be friends, Mrs. Danvers. But you must be patient with me. This sort of life is new to me. And I do want to make a success of it and to make Mr. De Winter happy. So I know that I can leave all the household arrangements to you.
I hope I shall do everything to your satisfaction, madam. I have managed the house since Mrs. De Winter's death, and Mr. De Winter has never complained.
I think I'll go downstairs now.
Certainly, madam. The room in the west wing I was telling you about is there, through that door. It's not used now. It's the most beautiful room in the house, the only one that looks down across the lawns to the sea. It was Mrs. De Winter's room.
I knew even then that Mrs. Danvers despised me, standing there watching me, laughing silently at my awkwardness, telling me over and over that there had been another before me, the beautiful Rebecca Hildreth. There was everything to remind me of that. The letter R embroidered on the linens, her writing paper in the drawers of the desk, a dog who still slept outside her room. She was everywhere at Mandalay. Rebecca, who had died, and who still wandered through that house. I met someone else the next morning when I came down to breakfast.
Oh, good morning.
Good morning.
You're Mrs. De Winter, aren't you?
Yes.
My name's Crawley. I manage the estate for Maxim. Awfully glad to meet you.
How do you do?
Fifth lot of stuff piled up while Maxim was away.
Yes, I'm sure there must have been. I do wish I could help you with some of it.
Help him? Frank never allows anyone to help him. Like an old mother hen with his bills and rents and taxes. Come on, Frank. We must go over these estimates.
I'll get my papers.
You'll find quantities of breakfast over there, darling. But you must eat it all, or Cook will be mortally offended.
I'll do my best, Maxim.
Later on this afternoon, maybe, we'll take a walk around the estate. Just you and I, darling. There's a good deal I'd like you to see.
I'll be ready, Maxim. Anytime.
Come on, Jasper. Come on. Keep that coat round you, dear.
It isn't raining now, Maxim, must I?
Certainly. Can't be too careful with children.
Oh, it's glorious here. I love every foot of it, Maxim.
Jasper, here. Not that way. Jasper, come back.
He went down those steps by the cliff. Where does that lead to?
It leads to a little cove where we used to keep a boat.
Let's go down.
No, they're perfectly dull and uninteresting stretch of sand, just like any other.
Oh, please, Maxim.
Some other time, darling, not today.
Listen. Is that Jasper? There must be something wrong. Perhaps he's ready.
Oh, he's all right. Leave him alone, dear.
I think I'd better go.
No, come back. Don't bother about him, I tell you. He can't come to any harm. He'll find his own way back.
Jasper? Oh, there you are. What do you want in that cottage, Jasper? Come on home. Come on, Jasper.
He comes here looking for her.
Oh, I didn't know there was anybody.
I know that dog. He comes from the house. He ain't yours.
No, he's Mr. De Winter's dog.
I know that dog. He comes down looking for her.
Whose cottage is it?
Mrs. De Winter.
Oh. Come here, Jasper.
You won't tell anyone you saw me in here, will you?
Don't you belong on the estate?
Yes, but I wasn't doing nothing. I was just putting my shells away. She's gone in the sea, ain't she? She'll never come back no more.
No, she'll never come back. Come on, Jasper. Come on, boy. Maxim, here I am. Wait. Oh, Maxim, I'm sorry I was such a time.
You knew I didn't want you to go there, but you deliberately went.
Oh, why not? There was only a cottage down there and a strange man.
Well, don't go there again, do you hear?
Oh, why not?
Because I hate the place. And if you had my memories, you wouldn't go there or talk about it or even think about it.
What's the matter? Oh, I'm sorry. Maxim.
We should have stayed away. We should never have come back to Mandalay. What a fool I was.
Oh, I've made you unhappy. Somehow I've hurt you. I can't bear to see you like this because I love you so much.
Do you? Do you? I've made you cry. Forgive me. I sometimes seem to fly off the handle for no reason at all, don't I? Come, we'll go home and have some tea and forget all about it.
Yes. Let's forget all about it.
Act 2 of Rebecca, starring Laurence Olivier as Maxim and Vivian Lee as Mrs. De Winter.
The weather was wet and cold for almost a week, and we didn't go down to the beach again. But I couldn't forget the dark, lost look in Maxim's eyes when we came up the path through the woods. It was my fault. I'd gone down to that cottage. I seemed to have opened up a road into the past, and now, because of it, there was a barrier between us. I began to dread any mention of the sea. Until one morning in the library, I was alone with Frank Crawley.
Oh, but you're not disturbing me, Mrs. De Winter? Please, if there's something I can explain about the estate.
Well, I was down at the cottage on the beach the other day, Mr. Crawley. The place seems to be going to rack and ruin. Are those all Rebecca's things down there?
Yes, they are.
What did she use the cottage for?
The boat used to be moored near there.
The boat? Oh, was that the boat that she was sailing in when she was drowned?
Yes, it capsized and sank, and she was washed overboard.
Where did they find her?
Near Edgecombe, about 40 miles up channel. About 2 months afterwards. Maxim went up to identify her. It was horrible for him.
Yes, it must have been. Mr. Crawley, please don't think me morbidly curious, but would you answer just one more question?
If it's something I'm able to answer.
Tell me, what was Rebecca really like?
I suppose
she was the most beautiful creature I ever saw.
Maxim had to go off to London at the end of June, some business at the estate. Frank Crawley had gone along with him, and I was alone at Mandalay. I was surprised one evening to hear voices coming from the west wing, from the room that had been Rebecca's. I recognized one as Mrs. Danvers. The other was a man's voice, a stranger.
I really don't think it was wise for you to come here, Mr. Jack.
No, nonsense. It's been just like coming back home. I must say I feel a little like the poor relations sneaking around through back doors. Well, toodaloo, Danny.
Goodbye, Mr. Jack. And please be careful.
I will, don't worry. Oh, hello.
Good evening.
Oh, Danny, all your precautions were in vain. The mistress of the house was hiding behind the door.
Oh, I wasn't really. I heard voices.
What about presenting me to the bride, Danny?
This is Mr. Favell, madam.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Won't you have some tea or something?
Now, isn't that a charming invitation? I've been asked to stay to tea, Danny.
It's rather late.
Oh, well, perhaps you're right. And we mustn't lead the bride astray, must we? Oh, goodbye. Oh, and I know what was wrong with our introduction. Danny didn't tell you, did she? I'm Rebecca's favorite cousin. Toodaloo.
The man went quickly down the stairs, and Mrs. Danvers went after him. I had a terrifying impulse to see what lay behind the door in front of me. The door of Rebecca's room. I pushed it open slowly. I could hear the sea plainly through the window. I had expected to see the furniture swathed in dust sheets, but nothing was covered up. There were flowers on the dressing table, a satin dressing gown on the chair, and beneath a pair of bedroom slippers. And then, suddenly, the door closed behind me.
Do you wish anything, madam?
No, I just...
You've always wanted to see this room, haven't you? Why did you never ask me to show it to you? It's a lovely room, isn't it? The most beautiful room you've ever seen. Everything is kept just as Mrs. De Winter liked it. Nothing has been altered since that last night. This is where I keep her clothes. You would like to see them, wouldn't you? Feel this wrap. It was a Christmas present from Mr. De Winter. He was always giving her expensive gifts the whole year round. You wouldn't think she'd been gone so long, would you? Sometimes when I walk along the corridor, I fancy I hear her just behind me. That quick, light step. I couldn't mistake it anywhere. It's not only in this room, it's in all the rooms in the house. I can almost hear it now. Do you believe the dead come back and watch the living?
No, I don't believe it.
Sometimes I wonder if she doesn't come back here to Mandalay and watch you and Mr. De Winter together. You look tired. Why don't you stay here a while and rest? Listen to the sea. It's so soothing.
No.
Listen to it. Listen to the sea.
I won't listen. I won't. Maxim, I'm so glad you're home again.
Hey, you're choking me.
Oh, am I?
Well, what have you been doing with yourself?
Oh, darling, I've been thinking. Could we have a costume ball, just as you used to?
Now, what put that idea into your mind?
Nothing. I just feel that we ought to do something to make people feel that Mandalay is the same as it always was. Oh, please, darling, could we?
All right, if you think you'd enjoy it. You'd better get Mrs. Danvers to help you, hadn't you?
No, I don't need Mrs. Danvers to help me. I can do it by myself, Maxim.
Oh. All right, my sweet, I'm sure you can.
But Mrs. Danvers did help me. It was she who suggested that I design my costume after one of the family portraits in the gallery. A lovely young woman in a white dress with great puffed sleeves and a hat with gay ribbons. When the night of the party arrived, I could hardly contain myself for excitement, for I'd kept the costume as a surprise for Maxie. I ran quickly down the stairs, and then I waited for the clapping and the laughter that would greet me. Suddenly, they were all quiet. Nobody clapped. Nobody moved. And then Maxim was coming towards me, his face white, his eyes blazing.
What the devil do you think you're doing?
Maxim, the picture. I'm not in the gallery. Why,
Well, go and take it off. Go and take it off. Doesn't matter what you put on. Anything will do. What are you standing there for? Didn't you hear what I said? Go upstairs and take it off.
May I help you with another gown, madam?
No. No, thank you, Mrs. Danvers.
Mr. DeWitt was upset. I watched you just now, madam. I watched you go down the stairs just as I watched her a year ago. Even in the same dress, you couldn't compare with her.
The same dress. You knew it. You knew that she wore it, and yet you deliberately suggested I wear it. Why do you hate me? What have I done to you that you should hate me so?
You tried to take her place. You let him marry you. I've seen his face, his eyes. They're the same as those first weeks after she died. I used to listen to him walking up and down, all night long, night after night, thinking of her, suffering torture because he'd lost her.
I don't want to know. I don't want to know.
You thought you could be Mrs. De Winter, live in her house, walk in her steps, take the things that were hers. But she's too strong for you. You can't fight her. No one ever got the better of her. Never, never. She was beaten in the end, but it wasn't a man. It wasn't a woman. It was the sea.
Oh, stop it. Stop it.
You're overwrought, madam. I'll open the window for you. A little air will do you good. Come and stand here, madam. Don't be afraid. Now look down there. Isn't the sea lovely? Why don't you go? Why don't you leave Mandalay? He doesn't need you. He's got his memories. You've nothing to stay for. You've nothing to live for, really, have you? Look down there. It's easy, isn't it? Why don't you? Why don't you? Go on. Don't be afraid. Why don't you jump?
What's that noise? Maxim! Maxim! Where are you? Maxim! Frank, what's happened?
Shipwreck. There's a ship aground sending up rockets. Robert, notify the Coast Guard. Shipwreck.
Frank, have you seen Maxim on the beach?
Not since half an hour ago.
He hasn't been in the house all night. I'm afraid something might have happened to him. Frank, what's the matter? You look terribly worried.
Well, the diver who went down to inspect the bottom of the ship came across the hull of another boat. A little sailboat.
Frank, is it...
Yes, it's Rebecca's boat.
Rebecca? Oh, why did they have to find it? Why couldn't they have left it there in peace at the bottom of the sea? Poor Max. It will be so hard on him.
Yes, it's going to bring it all back again. And worse than before.
I searched the beach frantically for Maxim, but there was no sign of him. And suddenly I came upon the boathouse, Rebecca's cottage. There was a light burning dimly in the window. I pushed open the door, and there, in the glow of the dying fire, I saw the tortured face of Maxim.
Hello. Come in.
Max, you haven't had any sleep. Have you forgiven me?
Forgiven you?
For last night. For my stupidity about the costume.
Oh, that. I'd forgotten.
Oh, Maxim, can't we start all over again? I don't ask that you should love me. I won't ask impossible things. I'll be your friend and companion. I'll be happy with that.
You love me very much, don't you? But it's too late, my darling. We've lost our little chance of happiness.
No, Maxim.
Yes.
No.
It's all over now. Rebecca has won. Her shadow has been between us all the time, keeping us from one another. She knew this would happen.
What are you saying?
They sent a diver down. He found another boat.
I know. Rebecca's boat.
Yes. The diver made another discovery. He broke one of the ports and looked into the cabin. There was a body in there. The woman that is now buried in the family crypt. That was not Rebecca. That was the body of some unknown woman, unclaimed, belonging nowhere. I identified it, but I knew it wasn't Rebecca. I knew where Rebecca's body was. Lying on that cabin floor on the bottom of the sea.
Maxim. How did you know?
Because I put it there.
You?
Will you look into my eyes and tell me that you love me now?
Maxim.
See, I was right. It's too late.
No, it's not too late. You're not to say that. We can't lose each other now. We must be together always, always.
We may only have a few hours, a few days.
Oh, Maxim, why didn't you tell me before?
Sometimes I nearly did, but you never seemed close enough.
How could we be close when I knew you were always thinking of Rebecca? How could I even ask you to love me when I knew that you loved Rebecca still?
What are you talking about? You thought I loved Rebecca? I hated her.
Hated her?
Oh, I was carried away by her, enchanted by her, as everyone was. But I never had a moment's happiness with her. She was incapable of love, or tenderness, or decency.
You didn't love her?
Remember that cliff where you first saw me in Monte Carlo? Well, I went there with Rebecca on our honeymoon. That was where I found out about her. 4 days after we were married. She stood there, laughing, her black hair blowing in the wind, and told me all about herself. Things I'll never tell a living soul. I wanted to kill her. I'll make a bargain with you, she said. You'd look rather foolish trying to divorce me now after 4 days of marriage. So I'll play the part of a devoted wife, mistress of your precious Mandalay. And people will visit us and envy us and say we're the luckiest, happiest couple in the country. What a grand joke it'll be. What a triumph. I should never have accepted her dirty bargain, but I did. And I kept it. So did she, apparently. But after a while, she began to grow careless. She took a flat in London, and she'd stay away for days at a time. Then she started to bring her friends down here. I warned her, but she only shrugged her shoulders. Then there was a cousin of hers, a man named Favel.
Yes, I know him. He came the day you went to London.
Why didn't you tell me?
I didn't like to. I thought it would remind you of Rebecca.
Remind me? As if I needed reminding. Favel used to visit her here in this cottage. I found out about it, and I warned her that if he came here again, I'd shoot them both. One night, when I found that she'd come back quietly from London, I thought that Favel was with her. I decided to come down here and have it out with both of them. But she was alone. She was lying on the divan. She looked ill. Queer. Suddenly she got up, started to walk toward me. When I have a child, she said, neither you nor anyone else can ever prove it wasn't yours. You'd like to have an heir, wouldn't you, Max, for your precious Mandalay? And she started to laugh. How funny, she said. I'll be the perfect mother just as I've been the perfect wife. And no one will ever know. She was face to face with me. She was smiling. Well, Max, what are you going to do about it? Aren't you going to kill me? I suppose I went mad for a moment. I must have struck her. She stood staring at me. She looked almost triumphant. And then she started toward me again, smiling. Suddenly she stumbled and fell. And I looked down. Ages afterwards, it seemed. She was lying on the floor. She'd struck her head on a heavy piece of ship's tackle. I remember wondering why she was still smiling. And then I realized she was dead.
But you didn't kill her. It was an accident.
Who would believe me? I lost my head. I knew I had to do something, anything. I carried her out to the boat. I put her in the cabin. When the boat seemed a safe distance from the shore, I took a spike and drove it again and again through the planking of the hull. I opened up the seacocks, and the water began to come in fast. Then I climbed over into the dinghy and pulled away. Then I saw the boat keel over and sink. It started to rain.
Maxim, does anyone else know of this?
No one.
Then you must explain it. It's got to be the body of someone you've never seen before.
No, they're bound to know her. Her rings and bracelets, she always wore them. They'll identify her body. Then they'll remember that other woman. The other woman buried in the crypt.
Maxim.
I've done a very selfish thing in marrying you. I've loved you, my darling. I shall always love you. But I've known all along that Rebecca would win in the end.
No, she hasn't won. No matter what happens now, she hasn't won.
Hello, Frank. Who? Colonel Julian? Well, Yes. Well, tell him I'll meet him there as soon as I possibly can.
What happened?
Colonel Julian called. He's the chief constable of the county. He wants to know if I could possibly have made a mistake about that other body.
The curtain rises on Act 3 of Rebecca, starring Laurence Olivier as Maxime de Winter and Vivian Lee as Mrs. de Winter.
The body they had found in the boat was identified as Rebecca de Winter. There had to be an inquest, of course. Maxim was calm, almost too calm. I think that frightened me even more.
Sorry to drag you back for further questioning, Mr. De Winter, but you've heard the statement of the boat builder, Mr. Tabb. I wonder if you can help us in any way.
I'm afraid not.
The holes in the planking were evidently made from the inside. Can you think of any reason for that?
Oh, of course I can't think of any reason.
Then, since Mrs. De Winter went sailing alone, are we to believe that she drove those holes herself?
You may believe whatever you like.
Can you enlighten us as to why Mrs. De Winter should have wanted to end her own life?
I know of no reason whatever.
Mr. De Winter, however painful it may be, I have to ask you a very personal question. Were relations between you and the late Mrs. De Winter perfectly happy? Once again, were relations between you and...
I won't stand this any longer, and you might as well know...
Mrs. De Winter! Oh, somebody...
We'll adjourn until after luncheon.
Darling, you're all right. Frank, help me. I'll take her outside. Careful, darling. There's no rush. I'll take you to the car.
It was very foolish of me, fainting like that.
Hello.
Maxim, it's Fabel.
And how does the bride find herself today?
What do you want, Fabel?
How are you, Max? I was rather worried about you when I heard about the inquest. That's why I came down.
I'm touched by your solicitude, but
My
if you don't
guess
mind...
is they'll turn in a verdict of suicide. And that is, of course, unless something unforeseen occurs.
What do you mean?
Well, I have a strong feeling that before the day is out, somebody's going to make use of that rather expressive, though old-fashioned term, foul play.
Go on.
You see, Max, I find myself in a rather awkward position. You've only got to read this note to understand. It's from Rebecca. She wrote it to me the day she died. Oh, I'm not going to bother you with the contents now, but I can assure you that it's not the note of a woman who intends to drown herself the same night. You know, Max, I've often wondered what it would be like to retire to the country. Have a nice little place with a few acres of shooting. I've never figured out what it would cost a year, but I'd like to talk about it with you.
Darling, Mr. Favell and I have a little business transaction on hand. I think we'd better conduct it over at the inn. I may have a private room there.
Maxim.
You all right now, dear?
Yes, but I...
Frank will be here in a moment. Ask him to find Colonel Julian. Then bring them both over to the inn immediately. Come on, Favell, let's go. Colonel Julian, this is Mr. Favell.
Oh, I know Colonel Julian. We're old friends, aren't we?
Good morning. Since you're old friends, I assume you also know that he's head of the police here. I think he might be interested to hear your proposition.
I don't know what you mean. I only want to see justice done, Colonel. The evidence suggested certain possible theories concerning Rebecca's death. One of them, of course, is suicide. And now I have a little note here which puts that possibility quite out of court. Will you read it, Colonel?
Jack, darling, I've just seen the doctor, and I'm going to Mandalay right away. I shall be at the cottage all this evening and shall leave the door open for you. I have something terribly important to tell you. Rebecca.
Now, does that look like the note of a woman who had made up her mind to kill herself? Now, come, Colonel, as an officer of the law, don't you feel that there's some slight grounds for suspicion?
Of murder?
Or what else? It's blackmail, pure and simple.
Blackmail's not so pure nor so simple, Mr. Crawley. Mr. Favell, perhaps you can provide us also with a motive.
Well, I knew you were going to bring that up, Colonel. Yes, I'll supply that, too.
What's he going to do?
You come in, Mrs. Danvers. Thank you. Colonel Julian, Mrs. Danvers. And I believe you know everyone else, Danny.
Mrs. Danvers, there are a few questions...
No offense, Colonel, but I think if I put this to Danny, she'll understand it more easily. Danny, who was Rebecca's doctor?
Mrs. De Winter always had Dr. McLean from the village.
No, you heard. I said Rebecca's doctor in London. We know that Rebecca went to a doctor in London on the last day of her life. Who was it?
I don't know.
Oh, I understand, Danny. You're trying to defend her. But that's what I'm doing.
Mrs. Danvers, it has been suggested that Mrs. De Winter was deliberately murdered.
There you have it in a nutshell, Danny. But there's one more thing you'll want to know. The name of the murderer. George Fortescue Maximilian De Winter. Well, Danny?
There was a doctor. Mrs. De Winter sometimes went to him privately.
What was his name?
Dr. Baker. 165 Gold Hawk Road, Shepherd's Bush.
There you are, Colonel. There's where you'll find your motive. He'll tell you why Rebecca went to him, to confirm the fact that she was going to have a child, a sweet, curly-headed little child. She told Max about it. And so, like the gentleman of the old school that he is, he killed her.
Maxim, I'm afraid we shall have to question this, Dr. Baker.
I'm ready to leave now, if you wish.
Maxim, let me go with you.
Please, darling, wait for me at Mandalay. I'll be back first thing in the morning.
You're still sure you never had a patient by the name of Rebecca De Winter, Doctor?
Never, Colonel Julian. Oh, here. Here are all the appointments for that day. Ross, Campbell, Steddle, Perino, Danvers, Matthew.
Danny? What the devil?
Did you read that name again? Did you say Danvers?
Yes, Mr. De Winter. I had a Mrs. Danvers for 3 o'clock.
What did she look like? Can you remember?
Yes, I remember her quite well. She was a very beautiful woman, tall, dark, exquisitely dressed.
Rebecca.
The lady must have used an assumed name, Dr. Baker.
Is that so? Well, this is a surprise. I'd known her for some time.
What was the matter with her?
My dear sir, there are certain
Could you possibly supply a reason, Dr. Baker, for Mrs. De Winter's suicide?
For her murder, you mean? She was going to have a child, wasn't she? Come on, out with it.
No, she was not, Mr. Favell. But she was very seriously ill.
She was not going to have a child.
That was what she thought, but my diagnosis was quite different. She wanted the truth, and I told her. She had only a few months to live.
A few months?
Perhaps even less. There was nothing that could be done, nothing that she could do, except wait.
Did she say anything when you told her?
She smiled in a queer sort of way, and... Oh, yes, I remember she said something that struck me as being very peculiar at the time. When I told her it was a matter of months, she said, "Oh, no, Doctor. Not that long.
Oh, thank you. You've been very kind. You've told us all we wanted to know. I should like to have a talk with you, Mr. Favell.
I didn't know that... Will we be needed any further at the inquest, Colonel Julian?
No, I can see to it that Maxim's not troubled any further.
Thank you, Colonel. Frank?
Yes?
There's something you don't know.
Oh, no, there isn't.
Yes, there is. I didn't kill her, Frank. But I know now that when she told me about the child, she wanted me to kill her. She lied on purpose. She foresaw the whole thing. That's why she stood there laughing.
Don't think about it anymore. What's the matter, Maxim? Why did you stop?
Well, what time is it?
Oh, it must be 3 or 4. Why?
Look at the sky. Over that way. Can't be the dawn breaking over there.
Hardly. Perhaps it's the Northern Lights, but it's in the winter that you see them, isn't it?
They aren't the Northern Lights. That's Mandalay. It's burning. Robert, have you seen Mrs. De Winter? Where is she?
Maxim,
Oh,
here.
darling.
Oh, thank heaven you've come back.
Are you all right?
Yes, I'm all right. But Mrs. Danvers, she's gone mad. She set the fire. She said she'd rather destroy Mandalay than see us happy here.
Back here, at the window. The West Wing.
Maxim, she'll be killed.
Last night I dreamt I went to Mandalay again. As I stood there, hushed and still, I could swear that the house was not an empty shell, but lived and breathed as it had long ago. But Mandalay is no more, and we are happy now, Maxim and I. For all our fears and suffering lie buried in its ruins.
The curtain falls on Rebecca, and all our thanks for a truly memorable evening to Laurence Olivier and Vivian Lee. Lawrence, the last time we met, the circumstances were quite different. It was in England during the war.
Yes, I remember it well. You came down to Denham Studios while we were filming Henry V.
You were making a picture for the American Air Forces, weren't you, Bill?
Yes, and as I spent most of my time on the bomber stations, I didn't have the opportunity of seeing you, Vivian.
Well, we hope you'll make us another visit again, Bill. Perhaps we'll be able to repay some of Hollywood's wonderful hospitality.
We just can't believe that any two people could be so generously treated. And the same was true in New Orleans as well.
I believe you were there on location making scenes for your picture, Streetcar Named Desire. Well, Scarlett O'Hara should have felt right at home in New Orleans.
That's right, Bill. It looks like all of Vivian's American picture career will be spent in the Deep South.
By the way, Vivian, didn't you play Streetcar Named Desire on the London stage for some time?
Well, as a matter of fact, I did. And then when Larry decided to come over for Paramount to make the picture of Carrie for William Wyler, I decided to take advantage of Warner Brothers' offer to do a streetcar.
And what are your immediate plans?
Oh, plenty of rest. You see, we're taking the long way home. We're sailing next week on a tramp steamer.
Sounds wonderful. And what about when you get back to England? More Shakespearean roles, Lawrence?
Well, no, I rather think we'll do something a little lighter for a change.
Werner, you know, we'd love to see you both in a comedy.
All of which prompts me to ask, Bill, what's your play next week?
Well, next week we'll present one of our special musical treats. That's a boisterous comedy as well. 20th Century Fox's recent screen hit, Wabash Avenue. And our stars will appear in their original roles, Betty Grable and Victor Mature. A wonderful cast in a musical of the wonderful gay 90s.
Well, I'm sure everyone will look forward to that, Bill, just as much as we do.
Good night.
Good night, and bon voyage. Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Betty Grable and Victor Mature in Wabash Avenue. This is William Keighley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Heard in our cast tonight were Betty Blythe as Mrs. Danvers, John Dodsworth as Clavell, and Eleanor Audley as Mrs. Van Hopper. Our music was directed by Rudy Schrager. This is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to join us again next Monday night to hear Wabash Avenue starring Betty Grable and Victor Mature. Stay tuned for My Friend Irma, which follows over these same stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Listen to it fizz. First aid for relief from headache, Alka-Seltzer.
From acid indigestion, Alka-Seltzer.
From cold discomfort, Alka-Seltzer.
Alka-Seltzer presents The Quiz Kids and the chief quizzer himself, Joe Kelly.
Hello, everyone. Are you all set for some fun? Well, fine. That's exactly what we're going to have. This is another big competition day here in school. Yes, it's going to be a battle royal between the Quiz Kids and 5 prominent members of Rotary International. Both teams, I'm very happy to say, are in excellent condition. The Quiz Kids have weighed in at 487.5 pounds. The Rotarians tipped the scales at slightly under 2 tons. And now, in this corner, we have Quiz Kids Patrick.
I'm Patrick Owen Conlon. I'm 13 years old, and I'm a freshman at Calumet High School in Chicago.
Joel.
I'm Joel Coverman. I'm 14 years old, and I'm a junior at Roosevelt High School.
Harvey.
I'm Harvey Dutcher. I'm 7 years old. I go to Hibbert School. I'm in grade 3B.
Lonnie.
I'm Lonnie Lundy. I'm 14 years old, and I'm a sophomore at Maine Township High School in Park Ridge, Illinois.
And a newcomer, Betty.
I'm Betty Satnoff. I'm 13 years old, and I'm a freshman at the John Marshall High School in Chicago.
In the opposing corner, 5 Rotarians. The secretary of Rotary International, Mr. Lovejoy.
I'm Philip Lovejoy, and I'm secretary of Rotary International. I was born in Maine, which makes me a maniac, which indicates I shouldn't be on this program at all.
Wonderful, wonderful. Oh, hooray! And the treasurer of Rotary International, Mr. Werner.
Well, I'm Dick Werner, treasurer of Rotary International, and I belong right here in Chicago.
Fine. The minister of the First Methodist Church of Chicago, Dr. Goff.
I'm Charles R. Goff. I am pastor of the church down on the Loop. I live way up in the steeple of that church, and I wish I was up there right now.
Next, a Rotary Foundation fellow from Cordoba, Argentina, Mr. Gordillo.
I'm Pedro Antonio Gordillo, studying at the Illinois Tech Rotary Foundation fellow from Cordoba, Argentina.
All right. Fine. And a prominent businessman and a director of the Chicago Crime Commission, Mr. Leveron.
I'm Nathaniel Leveron, a Chicago businessman with a New England accent. I came by that honestly because I'm one of the last living rugged individualists that voted a Republican ticket in New Hampshire.
All right, well, on your toes, contestants. Here's your first question. Tell me, what is the significance of this number, 71113? No hands up. Mr. Leveron.
That's my telephone.
That's right. How do you like that? Oh, boy, oh, boy. Say, now, you quiz kids better watch out for these fellas here. Yes, sir. Mr. Leverone knows his own telephone number. Well, here's our next question. Mrs. Nina Graham of New York City says, we all know about farmers using scarecrows, and many consider the crow a pest, but just what can you say in favor of the crow's cause? What am I saying here? Harvey?
Well, many farmers think the crow is harmful just because it has a very delicacy that is corn. But it really is helpful to the farmers because it eats insects that do bad to the farmers' crops, such as slugs, locusts, and their larvae.
Well, say, now that's right, Harvey. You betcha. Well, tell me something, Harvey. What is the crow sometimes called in other countries?
Well, I don't know.
Oh, well, I was quick and concise, wasn't I? Well, I just threw that in as a sort of an after part. I understand that sometimes the crow is called, in Scotland, the rook. Have you heard anything like that?
No.
We haven't, huh? Well, I hadn't either till I saw my card here. All right. Well, now, right at this moment, I want to explain about the Alka-Seltzer Awards given away every Sunday, friends. The questions used on our program are sent in by you listeners. And when a question is answered correctly, the Alka-Seltzer Award is a fine Zenith transoceanic portable radio. For example, that's what Wilma White of Chicago receives for her question if it's answered correctly. Now, let's try it and see what happens. It's a romantic question, and as I said, it's from Mrs. Wilma White of Chicago. Our organist, Howard Peterson, will play 2 songs about sweethearts. And you are to identify and sing each song and name the composer. Here's the first one. Lonnie?
Oh, that's the song, Sweethearts, and it's by Victor Herbert.
What? Now, wait a minute. Betty, you had your hand up, honey. What were you going to say?
I was going to say that it was the song Sweethearts. But...
Yes, and how about the composer? Joel?
I'm pretty sure it is by Herbert. It was from that opera he wrote, I think by the same...
Well, now, wait a minute. I think we're a little confused here, Pat.
Well, it might be Schubert.
No. Lonnie?
I guess it was Sigmund Romberg.
Sigmund Romberg, that's right, from Maytime. Uh-huh. Now, can you sing a little of it for us?
Oh, a very little.
All right.
Sweethearts, sweethearts, sweethearts. That's it.
That's the radio version, insofar as time is concerned. Well, that's all right, Lonnie. Now, let's see what we can do with this next one. Mr. Werner.
Well, I should know that one. That's the Sweetheart of Sigma Chi, Mr. Kelly, and it was written by my brother, Dudley Werner.
That's absolutely right. Mr. Werner, now, your brother wrote Sweetheart of Sigma Chi. Let's hear his brother sing a little of it.
Well, I'm no opera star,
Well,
but
that's
I'll
all
do my
right.
best. The girl of my dreams is the sweetest girl of all the girls I know. That's a little...
Oh, wonderful. Thank you very much. That's really a wonderful song, too. Now, like I said, Wilma White of Chicago gets a dandy Zenith transoceanic portable radio that gives worldwide reception no matter where you are. Now, if you had missed, she would have had a choice between a Zenith television set and a large console Zenith radio phonograph combination. That television set is the Zenith Buchanan, and believe me, it has everything. A new super range chassis to ensure the ultimate in performance. The sensational built-in picture magnet aerial, single knob automatic tuning, and the glare band black tube for clearer pictures. The large console radio phonograph plays all types of records and has AM and FM radio. Now, if you would like to try to win one of these fine zeniths, send in a question for our radio program, friends. Address your questions to Quiz Kids, Box Y, Chicago 77, Illinois. Well, let's see what else here's a dandy. Mrs. Dolores Winters of Miami, Florida, wants you to try to tell who lived in the following unusual dwellings. First, who lived in a tub? Betty?
Well, that would be the butcher, the baker, and the candlestick maker, wouldn't it?
Well,
Rub-a-dub-dub, 3 men in the tub.
Well, I'm asking about, I'm thinking of someone else. That's all right, Betty. Pat?
That might be Diogenes.
Diogenes, that's who I was thinking of. Uh-huh. And, let's see, now, seems like we heard this before, but anyway, I'm going to ask it. Who lived in a church steeple? All right, Dr. Goff.
I ought to know that. I didn't know the questions coming, but that's where I really...
Well, tell me something. How do you stand on your front porch?
Walk down 3 steps, and there I have a front porch.
Oh, is that so?
That's right.
Well, what do you know about that? Well, tell me this. Do you have bats in your... do you have bats?
Yes.
Huh?
And sometimes in my belfry.
Well, that must be very, very interesting. Well, say, teams, now we're off to a good start. I'm going to give you a minute now to catch your breath, and I'd like to use that minute to look ahead to next Thursday, Yowie, to that big Thanksgiving feast. You know, this is one time when anticipation cannot be better than realization, because you just know the table's going to be loaded with all the good things you like. Yes, Mother's going to see to that, bless her heart, and because she knows it's quite possible some of her folks may overeat a bit, she'll make sure there's plenty of Alka-Seltzer on hand, too. Oh, you betcha. Mother's wise. She knows that where there's Alka-Seltzer, there's a way to fast relief from acid indigestion. Alka-Seltzer goes to work right away to relieve that upset, uncomfortable feeling. It acts promptly to reduce excess gastric acidity. And you're feeling shipshape again in almost no time. So remember, friends, on Thanksgiving or whenever acid indigestion causes discomfort, be wise. Alkalize with Alka-Seltzer. You betcha. Good old Alka-Seltzer. Well, here we go again with the Quiz Kids versus the Rotarians. Now, here's a question from Bernard Knox of Peoria, Illinois, about something I'm sure all you men contestants like, a good steak. If you were serving a steak to the following men, what kind might you serve that would be in keeping with each of their occupations? For instance, what kind of steak might you serve to a yodeler? Oh, boy. Joel.
Swiss steak.
Swiss steak. That's the idea. Now, come on, fellas. You got to get in on this, too. All right. How about a red cap? What kind of a steak? A red cap. Real quick. Betty.
A porterhouse steak.
A porterhouse steak. That's right. To a boxer. A steak. What kind of steak? To a boxer. Pat.
It might be a beef steak. They put it on his eyes after he gets
Well, yeah, you're right there. And, of course, there are quite a few beefs once in a while. Lonnie?
Round steak.
Round steak. That's what I was thinking of. To a knight in armor. To a knight in armor.
Sirloin.
Thank you, Mr. Lovejoy. I must ask you, Mr. Lovejoy, not to sneak in like that and talk, and then hold your hand up after you finish.
All right, teacher.
Now, let's all remember that. Okay. I wonder whether you gentlemen realize what an important member we have on our Quiz Kids board. Little 7-year-old Harvey Deitch was invited to New York City by the Bronx Zoo, where he had a miniature owl named for him. What was the most exciting thing about your trip, Harvey?
Well, we landed in there by radar. The next day we went to the zoo. I met Mrs. Martini, a famous animal trainer down there, and she showed me all around, and I petted a tiger. Then
you what? What?
Petted a full-grown tiger.
A full-grown tiger?
Yeah.
What do you know about that?
Then then Mr. Wiener is the man who sponsored my Philadelphia trip. He came down there. We went into Empire State Building, and he bought me a magnified 200 times microscope.
Well, say, isn't that wonderful? What else?
And then we went to Radio City, and I saw a movie called King Solomon's Mines.
What was
King
that?
Solomon's Mines.
Oh, fine, yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, I'll bet you just had a grand time, Harvey.
Yes, I really did.
That's a boy, well, let's get along here now. I just wanted the folks to know about that. This next question is from Mrs. Catherine Henderson of Chicago, and I've asked our contestant, Mr. Philip Lovejoy, to help me with it. Mr. Lovejoy started a doll collection for his daughter some time ago, and it now contains 525 dolls from all over the world. And he's brought 2 of them down to the program, and he will describe the costumes to you while you try to identify what country each represents. All right, Mr. Lovejoy?
Well, the first one is named Pedro, and he has a sister by the name of Guadalupe, and Pedro wears a very big sombrero.
Fine. Let's see. Betty had her hand up first.
Well, he'd be Mexican, wouldn't he? Something like that, or Spanish or
That would
something.
be correct.
Mexico. Mm-hmm. All right, fine. Now
here's another one whose name is Asclas Baad. She's studying English, and she lives on a reservation in New Mexico.
Mr. Leveron has his hand up.
It's an Indian.
What kind of an Indian?
There.
An American Indian.
Pretty sharp there, Mr. Leveron.
We ought to name the tribe, don't you think? An
Well,
important
all
tribe.
right, you think so.
Yes.
We'll corner him some way here. All right. How about it, Mr. Leveron? What particular tribe?
He looks like a Democrat to me.
It doesn't resemble any of the Cleveland Indians, I'll say. All right. Well, let's see. We got a hand up over here. Joel?
Navajo, probably.
That's right.
Is that right?
Correct.
Well,
Correct.
fine, Joel, fine. Say, Mr. Lovejoy, I wonder whether you would tell us a little about your last trip.
Why, Joe, I'd be very glad to. Last week I returned to the United States from a 3-month trip around the world. I had a perfectly grand experience of seeing how Rotarians in Australia and New Zealand and Indonesia and India and Thailand and many other countries of Europe are working together to promote the Rotary ideal of service, even though they differ widely in language and customs and religion and government. A Rotary Club, you know, Joe, is a service club. Rotarians work unselfishly to make their community a better place in which to live. They promote high standards in business and professions. They strive unceasingly for a better world through the promotion of international understanding, goodwill, and peace. One of Rotary's major contributions in the international field is its program of Rotary Fellowships, which has enabled more than 200 outstanding young college men and women like Pedro Cadillo of Argentina, whom you introduced a few minutes ago, to study abroad for a year. In the last 4 years, Rotary has made grants totaling more than $500,000 to these international ambassadors of goodwill. It's an investment in the world leaders of tomorrow, which we hope will pay tremendous dividends in international understanding.
Thank you, Mr. Lovejoy. Well, now, since one of our contestants, Mr. Gordillo, is from Argentina, he ought to welcome this question from Mr. S.N. Trevino. Since it's all in Spanish, I've asked Mr. Trevino from the University of Chicago to come down and ask it himself. All right, Mr. Trevino, proceed with your question.
Quisiera usted decirnos, señor Gordillo, qué arquitectos y estilos arquitectónicos han tenido mayor influencia en la Argentina. Conteste usted en español.
Bueno, el estilo arquitectónico de mayor influencia en Argentina ha sido el Renacimiento español, y entre los principales arquitectos se cuenta Juan de Herrera. Últimamente, los arquitectos modernos, de Corbusier, Mies van der Rohe, Frank Lloyd Wright, and so on, han tenido una gran influencia en la arquitectura moderna argentina.
Yeah. Yep, that's what it says right here on my card, word for word. But now, wait a minute. Would you gentlemen tell me just what are you talking about, Mr. Trevino?
I'll be glad to, Mr. Kelly. I asked Mr. Gordillo if he would tell us what architects and architectural styles have most influenced Argentina.
Oh, and what was your answer, Mr. Gordillo?
Well, I said that the most influential style in Argentina had been the Spanish Renaissance, and one of the outstanding architects, Juan de Herrera. And nowadays, the modern architects like Corbusier or Mies van der Rohe, Frank Lloyd Wright, have been a great influence in the modern Argentine architecture.
Oh, fine. Well, it's nice to know those things, you know.
By the way, Mr. Kelly, you might be interested in asking Mr. Gordillo what his name means in English.
Oh, well, what does your name mean in English, Mr. Gordillo?
Little fat man.
Little fat man. Gordillo. Well, now, from your build, I would think that you and I should exchange names. Because I am the little fat one, as you say. That's cute. Now, before I pull the next puzzler from our Alka-Seltzer question box, our announcer, Bob Murphy, has a question.
Say, folks, has this Sunday been spoiled for you because a headache has made you feel upset and irritable? Well, right now, or whenever you have a headache, remember this. First aid for relief from a headache is Alka-Seltzer. Yes, here's the way to really fast relief. Drop 1 or 2 Alka-Seltzer tablets into a glass of water. Let it fizz, then drink it. Since Alka-Seltzer is dissolved before you take it, the pain-relieving analgesic, sodium acetylsalicylate, is ready to go right to work. And because of its effervescence, those thousands of sparkling bubbles, Alka-Seltzer gets there fast to give fast relief. Keep Alka-Seltzer handy all the time. Use it as first aid for relief when you have a headache or when some member of your family has one. Get Alka-Seltzer at any drugstore.
Thank you, Bob. And now we move into the last lap of this big competition between the Quiz Kids and the Rotarians. Here's one from Mrs. Sarah H. Murray of Washington, D.C. Of course, you adults can recall the administrations of more of our United States presidents than the Quiz Kids can, but just for fun, let's try this question on both panels of contestants. You are to name presidents who were elected to 2 or more terms. I shall call on first the adult board, and then the Quiz Kid board, and then the adult board, until either all the presidents are named or until one board of contestants is stumped. All right, I'll begin with the Rotarians. Who would like to start off? Mr. Lovejoy?
Washington.
George Washington, all right. Quiz Kid Betty?
Franklin D. Roosevelt.
That's right. And back to the grown-ups. Who else? Oh, no, wait a minute. Don't let me down here. No. All right, Mr. Leverone?
Teddy Roosevelt.
Teddy Roosevelt. Let's see. No, I'm sorry. No, he was elected only once. You see, that is where the trick is, the catch is. All right.
Woodrow Wilson.
Dr. Goff?
Woodrow Wilson.
Woodrow Wilson, fine. All right, and back to Quiz Kids. Joel?
Oh, Jefferson.
Jefferson, that's another one. Back to the grown-ups. Oh, now, boys. All right, well, back to Lonnie.
Grant.
Grant? All right, fine. Back to the grown-ups. Oh.
Taft.
Dr. Goff.
Taft.
Huh?
Elected?
No. All right, back to Quiz Kids. All right, Pat.
Grover Cleveland.
Grover Cleveland. That's right. Well, we've given the older boy. Joel, do you have another one?
Well, could I add the rest? Madison, Monroe. Jackson.
Jackson.
And then Lincoln.
Lincoln.
And let's see what else comes in there.
We've.
I guess that's
just
fine.
one left. Just one. Lonnie?
McKinley, I believe.
McKinley, that's right. That's very, very good, kid. All right, now this next question from the Alka-Seltzer question box is from Mrs. Thelma Dahl of New York. Who picked out these names for his daughters? Goneril, Regan, and Cordelia. Betty.
That would be King Lear.
King Lear, that's right, honey. How about Emily, Charlotte, and Anne? Betty again.
Well, that would be the father of the Browning. That's the Barretts, excuse me.
The what?
No.
Wait a minute, Pat.
The Bronte sisters.
The Bronte sisters, Patrick Bronte, And how about Dorothy, Margaret, and Charlotte? Dr. Goff?
They happen to be mine.
Your daughters, that's right. Oh, boy, Dave. Oh, boy, Good thing you came through on that, Dr. Goff, I want to tell you. Well, here's a quickie from Mrs. Ethel Arnett of Greensboro, North Carolina. What traffic sign, when spelled backwards, becomes something you men hate to wash when you're helping with the dishes? Oh, no hands up from the adults. All right, Lonnie.
Pots. Backwards, it'd be stop.
S-T-O-P. That is right, Lonnie. Harvey, now what were you going to say, son?
The same thing.
Oh, well, all right. I was just checking up. Clement Landfield of Chicago says that these three baseball players have the same first name as three comic strip characters. You are to identify the player and the comic character. What Red Sox infielder has the same first name as the uncle of a family who lived near a famous alley? Lonnie.
Walt Dropo, and it'd be Uncle Walt.
Uncle Walt. Gasoline Alley, that's right. What Yankee outfielder has the same first name as a famous prize fighter in the comics? Harvey.
Joe Palooka, I know, is a prize fighter.
All right, who's the other Joe?
I don't know.
All right. Pat.
Joe DiMaggio.
Joe DiMaggio is right. What Cub outfielder has the same first name as a young man in a comic strip which deals with teenagers? Oh, you boys are in on this here. You grown-ups, you know. All right, Lonnie?
Well, I'm not sure. A comic strip that deals with teenagers would be Harold Teen.
Harold Teen.
Well, a Cub outfielder named Harold.
Yeah. So, Joe?
Oh, hell, Jeffcoat.
Jeffcoat, that's right. Very good. Mrs. Helen Adams of La Jolla, California, sends in this question. The 1951 calendars will feature some new girls, but what calendar always features the same girls? How about this one? What calendar always features the same girls? Mr. Lovejoy.
The Squire calendar.
No. No. I've got you on this. I've got all of you. I'm pretty sure. Joe?
Isn't there one calendar that has the Dione quintuplets on it?
You say, on it? Now, you're warm. You're warm, Joe. Now, elucidate. Explain. What? All right, Lonnie.
I'm not sure. Don't they come from a town named Callender?
Callender, Ontario. That's the... Oh, boy, oh, boy. I thought that was going to be in there. Well... There's our bell. And now it's time for the judges to name the winning team. We'll give them a few seconds to total the scores. And, friends, while we're waiting, here's an important message.
Mother's one-a-day brand multiple vitamins taken every day give complete protection against the let-down, all-in, pepless feeling that results from a lack of any or all of the known essential vitamins. Health surveys indicate that millions of school children show definite signs of vitamin deficiency disease. Protect your family. Don't let lack of vitamins interfere with the normal growth, energy, and progress of your children. Remember, one-a-day brand multiple vitamins protect. Remember the name and the package. Blue with a big 1.
Well, attention, quiz kids and Rotarians, here are your scores. The judges report that as a class, you didn't miss a single question this afternoon. The Rotarians have a score of 83, and the quiz kids, 165. Well, congratulations, quiz kids, and congratulations to you Rotarians, too. You were in there pitching every minute. Yes, it was really wonderful the way you entered into the spirit of the occasion, and we were mighty happy to have you 5 representatives of Rotary International with us this afternoon and to learn of the fine work your organization is doing. And by the way, friends, our other fraternal organizations to compete with the quiz kids in the near future will be the Lions International and the Benevolent Order of Elks. Now, next Sunday, we will welcome 4-H Club boys and girls to our classroom. These youngsters will represent their wonderful organization by participating in a program which I know will interest you listeners. So be sure to join us. And now, friends, our sponsor, the Miles Laboratories, the Quiz Kids, and yours truly, want to wish you all a very happy Thanksgiving. As a nation and as individuals, we have much to be thankful for this coming Thursday, and I'm going to ask Dr. Goff, minister of the First Methodist Church of Chicago, to express in prayer the thanks that is in every heart.
Let us unite in prayer. O God, we pause now to give thee thanks for this country of ours, for its history of freedom, and for the multitudes who have sacrificed for it. We thank thee for those of our own who in distant lands today are giving their all for us. Be with them in their loneliness, and when Thanksgiving Day comes and we gather in our churches and about our tables, may we recall again to ourselves and to our children the multitude of blessings that are ours. Keep us free, keep us grateful, and make us useful in the Master's name. Amen.
Listen to the Quiz Kids coast to coast every Sunday afternoon, and see and hear Alka-Seltzer's Quiz Kids television show on NBC. Consult your local newspaper for the time and station. Until next week at this same time, this is Bob Murphy speaking.
Bob Hope and Eddie Cantor join the big show today on NBC.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is clock. C-L-O-C-K.
Really? You bet your life. The more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only... Groucho! That's me, Groucho Marx. Well, here I am again with $1,000 for one of our couples. Fenneman, who's first to try for it?
Well, Groucho, just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected a clerk from the unemployment office. Mrs. Louise Ludwig and her partner, Mrs. Marjorie Kendall, was selected because of her unusual occupation. And here they are. Ladies, come right up here and meet Groucho Marx.
Well, welcome, kids, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. And if you say the secret word and divide $100, it's a common word, something you see every day. Mrs. Louise Ludwig?
Yes.
That's you. Where are you from, Louise?
I'm from Honolulu.
From Honolulu?
Yes.
Oh. How long you been away from Honolulu?
It's been many years since I was 12 years old.
It's been many years since you were 12 years old? Oh, I don't think so.
Shall I tell you how many years?
Well, I don't want to pry into your private life, Mrs. Ludwig. You're a very attractive young girl. I'll keep my mouth shut. And you're married, huh?
Yes, Mr. Marx.
What does your husband do?
He's a driver's license examiner for the motor vehicle department.
Oh. Well, I'll be mighty nice to you. Marjorie Kendall, you were chosen because of your unusual occupation. Now, what sort of work do you do?
I'm a secretary and part-time genealogist.
Oh, I see. Well, what is a genealogist?
One who traced family lineages, family trees.
Now, Margie, how did you become interested in family trees? Were you looking for termites or...
No, I was looking at my own family history.
Uh-huh. I started looking at my family once, but I stopped when I got to Chico. It was frightening. Now, how far did you trace your family?
To 445 AD.
I'd be satisfied if you could trace me back to 4:45 a.m. Although I'm not sure I want to go back there again. Now, Marjorie, why should people want to know their family trees? Isn't that a little snobbish?
Oh, no. It's a curiosity on the part of almost everyone to know what their family name means.
How about the name Marx? Could you look up the family tree?
Oh, I did several years ago with
You did?
several other Hollywood personalities.
Is that so? And why should you look up my name?
Well, because it was you were an interesting person, and I've always admired you, and was my favorite comedian.
I've never did anything that any other boy couldn't do. Now, what did you find in my family tree?
Oh, mostly, of course, you have a beautiful crest.
Say, you look pretty good yourself. What do you mean by a beautiful crest?
Well, there's in a crest.
You mean a family crest?
Yes, sir.
Like two horse thieves swinging from a potted palm?
Two wings that were partly crossed and a little bit of gold embellished on them. And
You mean I had wings? That was the crest of the Marx family?
yes, sir.
You mean my forefathers were fan dancers, eh? Now, Mrs., you're with the unemployment office?
Yes, Mr. Marks.
Where is that?
I work in the harbor area.
In the water? And what are your duties there?
Well, I attempt to find positions for people who are in need of them.
Could you find a position for me?
Well, very possibly. What kind of work are you interested in?
Why should I be interested in work with the racket I've got? Now, suppose I'm unemployed. You can never tell about sponsors, you know. Of course, the DeSoto Plymouth dealers are different, huh? In a DeSoto, you drive without shifting. You ought to be very happy with me. I'm about as shiftless as they come. Where was I? Oh, yes. What kind of jobs do you have the most calls for?
Well, highly skilled technicians and, of course, good secretaries are always hard to get.
Yes, they are, especially for a man of my age. Even fair ones I'm having difficulty with. Now, how is the unemployment situation out your way right now?
As I say, that demand for highly skilled remains prevalent, but the mackerel season is
the mackerel season is on now?
Yes.
Well, how many unemployed mackerel are there? That's as fishy a story as I ever heard. Now, let's see if you two will get a chance at the $1,000. But first, here's exciting news I don't want anyone to miss.
It's here. It's new. It's designed for you. DeSoto. DeSoto is the car that's a revelation to ride. DeSoto Plymouth dealers now presented nationwide. So drive a new DeSoto before you decide. The 51 DeSoto, that's a revelation to ride.
Yes, the brand new 1951 DeSoto is a revelation to ride and drive. The amazing combination of features that brings you a new concept of driving pleasure. Your ride will be more pleasant because underneath that hood is a new, big, higher-powered engine. Smoother because of new Oriflow shock absorbers and synchronized springs. Easier because of feather-light steering. These and many other features add up to a ride that's a revelation. No wonder your DeSoto Plymouth dealer so proudly presents
the 51 DeSoto, that's a revelation to ride.
Okay, now let's see if you'll get the chance at the $1,000. Fenneman, explain the rules.
Well, you bet as much of your $20 as you want in each of 4 questions. And the couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $1,000 DeSoto Plymouth question at the end of the show.
Okay, here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You've selected personalities of the 20s. Here's your first question. How much will you bet?
$10.
$10? Okay. The Bambino was undisputed king of the ballparks during the 20s. What was his name?
Babe Ruth.
Babe Ruth is right.
And you're on your way. You have $30.
Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. Now, how much of the $30 will you bet on your second question?
29.
29, huh? Okay. Who defeated Jack Dempsey twice, the second time in 1927? He was an ex-Marine.
Gene Tunney.
Gene Tunney is correct.
You're really climbing now. You have $59.
You're climbing with $59. Here's your third question. How much you going to go for?
55.
55. Okay. The hop-along of the 20s was a straight-shooting cowboy with a horse named Tony. What was the cowboy's name?
Tom Mix.
Tom Mix is correct.
Now you have $114.
$114, and here's your last chance to be the other couples. How much of the 114?
Oh.
All of it? Okay, you're gamblers. What was the name of the colorful revivalist who during the 20s drew thousands of people to his meetings?
Billy Sunday.
Billy Sunday is correct.
And you wind up with $228.
Thank you very much.
Fenneman, just a moment. There's something I want to clear up. Remember last week in the quiz, one question was, what do you call the Australian and New Zealand troops of both world wars? You remember that?
I remember the question.
Well, the Austrian war bride and her husband, she said diggers, and I said that was wrong because the official name was Anzacs. Well, a lot of people said diggers was the slang name for him, so we're sending Mr. and Mrs. Schwander $180. Fortunately, it wasn't enough to affect the standings for the big question, so thank heaven that remains the same as it turned out on the show. All right, on with it, Fenneman. Who's next?
We invited some women from the Federation of State Societies to the program tonight, and we selected Mrs. Florence Parsons. Her partner is a husband from the studio audience, Mr. Bob Smith. Folks, come on in here and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, folks, to You Bet Your Life. You say the secret word, and you'll win $100 between you. It's a common word, something you see every day. Mrs. Florence Parsons, eh? You're from the Federation of State Societies?
Yes, I am.
What is that? Is that the Confederate Army?
It's an organization of the people from the different states as they've come into California.
I see. Oh, I see. Where are you from?
I'm from Williamsburg, Massachusetts.
Williamsburg?
Yes.
What part of California is that in?
Oh, that's not in California. It is in Massachusetts.
Williamsburg. Isn't that where Cal Coolidge came from?
No, he really was born in Vermont, but he lived in Northampton, just a few miles from Williamsburg, 10 miles.
Did you know Cal Coolidge?
Slightly. They said that I had a longer conversation with him than did any congressman that ever cooled his heels in the White House.
And a congressman can cool plenty of heels, too. Do you remember that conversation at all, Mrs.
Yes,
Parsons?
I do.
Could you give us a little of it?
Well, I was visiting a neighbor of Coolidge, and their farms adjoined. And I was sitting in the garden looking over the hedge when Coolidge was seen approaching. And I wanted to escape, but my friend...
Why, are you a Democrat?
No, I wasn't, but I was afraid to meet him. So he came through the hedge, and when I was introduced, he said, "Oh, from Los Angeles? A beautiful town. I have spoken there. I hope you'll have a pleasant visit and a safe journey home."
Well, that was very nice.
That was about the extent of our conversation.
Well, that was quite a conversation for sure. I don't think Mrs. Coolidge ever got that much out of him. Your name is Bob Smith?
That's correct.
What sort of work do you do, Bob?
I work for a sewing machine company.
A sewing machine? Well, you don't look like you did any sewing.
No, I'm a motorman on a sewing machine.
You're a motorman on a sewing machine? Well, where do you drive it, up Hollywood Boulevard? I suppose old Bobbin pulls it, huh? Well, Bobbin is on a sewing machine. I happen to know because I'm an old so-and-so myself. Now, Bob, where is your home?
I was born in Seattle, Washington, but I left there when I was 2 years old.
Oh. You left there when you were Wanderlust, eh? That's pretty early to leave home, isn't it? Where did you go?
To Alaska.
So Alaska is your home, eh?
No, I went from there to Portland, Oregon.
Is Portland your hometown?
No, from Portland I went to Niagara Falls.
Oh, that's your hometown, eh?
No, went to Washington, D.C.
For a 2-year-old, you certainly got around. Well, I can keep this up as long as you can. Where did you go after that?
Washington, D.C., I went to Dallas, Texas.
The sheriff never got tired, huh? Well, I give up. Let's leave you right where you are, and don't move until I come back to you, will you? You're liable to be in Tampa by the time I get there. Mrs. Parsons, how old are you?
Old? Why, we never talk of age in the Federation. We are ageless.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Parsons. How young are you?
Well, the gypsies tried to steal me when I was 5 years old.
I may steal you tonight, Mrs. Parsons.
This man is a gypsy.
This man is a gypsy?
Yes.
You're a gypsy? You don't look like a gypsy. I thought all gypsies wore bandanas and played the accordion and wore gold earrings. Why, you look just like me. Why is that?
A lot of gypsies do.
Anybody care to have his palm read? Are you married, Bob?
Yes, I am.
How did you meet your wife?
My father introduced her to me.
Well, that was a very friendly gesture on your part. Why was your father so interested in this girl?
Well, he gave $1,500 for her and selected her to be my wife.
It's a lot of money for one girl. How come your father paid $1,500 for your wife?
Well, that's a custom among the English gypsies and among all the gypsies.
Always pay $1,500?
No, not necessarily.
Can you get one for $6.98 or something like that?
Hardly.
How much did your wife weigh at this time?
About 70 pounds.
$1,500 and 70 pounds. Let's see that. That comes to about $22 a pound. That's a pretty stiff price to pay for a wife. You can buy caviar for $22 a pound. Of course, it's pretty lonely in the evening sitting there with a dish of caviar. You think your father made a shrewd investment, Bob?
I think so, because very short time after he was married, my wife made enough telling fortunes to pay my father back.
Oh. She should have read her own fortune first, and she'd be $1,500 ahead. And has this marriage turned out successfully? Have you been happy, Bob?
Yes, very successfully. I got about the best girl in the world.
Well, you ought to know. You've been all over the world. Now, Mrs. Parsons, tell us something about your work. What sort of work do you do?
Well, my work is very complicated. It consists of so many details. We have picnics for every state in the Union.
I used to entertain at picnics. I was known as a picnic ham.
In a sandwich?
Yes, in a sandwich. I was boiled a good deal of the time. Well, what is the largest of these picnics?
Iowa is by far the largest. We often have 130,000 at the Iowa picnic. And,
imagine 130,000 people at a picnic.
Oh, we
To
have...
me, it's no picnic if there's more than 2 people, Mrs. Parsons. And sometimes even then it's no picnic. How much did your husband pay for you, Mrs. Parsons?
Nothing at all.
He got you for nothing? Well, he stole you.
That is as you think.
Well, I certainly do. I think you were a big bargain. Have you been a good wife, Mrs. Parsons?
I think I have. Fairly good.
Oh, you're qualifying it now.
Yes.
Huh? All the time you've been married, you've been good for nothing, eh? That's an old joke, but I've chased this gypsy so much tonight I'm getting weary, eh? Well, this has been an interesting conversation, and if I ever want my palm red, I'll stick it in a bucket of red paint. Now then, let's see how well you make out in the race with $1,000. Now, you've got to run your $20 into more than our other couples. I can't tell you how much our first couple won, but Fenneman's off stage to remind our listeners.
The unemployment clerk and the genealogist won $228.
Now, here we go. You have $20. You selected scrambled proverbs. How much are you going to bet on your first question?
$10.
You can bet anything you want. $10? Is that all right with you, Florence?
Yes.
I'll call you Florence. Huh?
Certainly.
Now, here's your first question. You're betting $10. What is this proverb? A dolt and his legal tender are quickly disassociated.
Man and his money are soon parted. A fool and his money is soon parted.
That's right. A fool and his money is soon parted.
Now you have $30.
Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. Now, how much of the 30 are you going to risk?
25.
A rotating boulder will not amass a form of lichen.
A rolling stone will gather no more.
A rolling stone gathers no more.
You people have rolled up to $55.
Florence, you're a pretty sharp cookie. Now, how much are you going to bet on your third question?
50.
50?
Yes, 50.
Here we go. It is inadvisable to enumerate fowls in your possession prior to the moment of their nativity.
Do not count your chickens
Before they hatch. Is absolutely right.
Now you two have climbed to $105.
Florence, have you been a chicken thief in your earlier days?
No, I never was.
Oh, well, a goose thief or a duck thief or any kind of fowl?
No, nothing of that kind.
Oh, that's a foul question. Here's your last chance to beat the other guy. What is this proverb? How much are they betting?
They haven't bet all of it. Is that right?
Oh, you want to bet all of it?
I don't.
Okay. A dual cranium is more acceptable than a single.
2 heads are better than
2
one.
heads are better than 1. Clarence, put it there.
Yes, there they are, because you wind up with $210.
Well, that's wonderful.
Congratulations. Thank you very much.
Congratulations to you both. That's quite a gal, isn't it?
Sure is. Well, Groucho,
We all have a tendency to emphasize youth too much, and you see a gal like that, and it's really wonderful.
The secret word, you know, is still clock.
I know, I understand that.
We invited some...
My memory isn't faltering yet, Ben.
I didn't mean that.
Even though yours is. No innuendos from you.
We invited some Hawaiian dancing girls to the program tonight.
Now you're talking.
And just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Healani Kawela.
Never mind this nonsense. Bring her in here, will you?
And her partner is a fencing master, Monsieur Jean Aeromance. And here they are. Folks, come over here and meet Groucho Marx.
Well, welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers, eh? Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you see every day. A fencing master and a hula dancer, eh? Well, this may be interesting. He may cut off her grass skirt. Hilani Kovila, is that right?
Hilani Kovila.
Hilani Kovila. Where are you from, Hilani?
The islands.
The islands, eh? The islands. Which islands? Coney, Catalina, or 1,000?
I'm from Hawaii.
Hawaii? Is that the correct pronunciation? I thought it was Hawaii.
No, that's not right. Hawaii is correct.
Oh, you couldn't say Hawaii just once, eh? Please?
That's not correct.
What isn't correct?
Hawaii.
I'm all right. How are you? Hello, Mom. It was a great fight, but I won. And Mr. Harrimans, eh? If you think I'm going to watch you tonight, you're crazy. Eh? You're a fencing master, eh? Where are you from?
Brussels, Belgium.
Oh, from Belgium, huh? You were raised in Belgium? You're sort of a Brussels sprout, then, in other words. But are you married?
Yes, sir.
Some fencer. He's got a sword hanging over his own head. Are you married?
No, I'm not.
Oh, thank the Lord. And praise the grass skirts. I guess it'd be pretty hard for a hula dancer to nod her head yes when the rest of her is saying no. Where do you do your hula dancing?
Well, I work mostly casuals, one-night stands.
Where do you do your work, Gene?
At the Los Angeles Athletic Club and the University of Southern California.
Oh, well, that's a good place for a fence. Exactly what do you do there? Do you pick it?
No, I teach fencing because fencing is a very popular sport now. It's very becoming.
Is that so? It's increasing in popularity?
Very
Well, what is
much.
there about fencing that makes it so popular?
Well, for women, for instance, grace, poise, elegance. For men, fast reaction. Then also the spirit of sportsmanship.
You mean puncturing somebody is sportsmanship?
Well, in some way, yes.
You carry bicycle tape in your back pocket or something? Suppose I wanted to take up fencing. What would I need?
First of all, a mask, jacket.
What do you think I'm wearing now?
I was saying a mask, a jacket, trousers, and tennis shoes, if possible.
Tennis shoes? What's that, for running?
No, you want slide when you make your lunch.
Uh-huh. I make my lunch? Don't I carry my lunch with me? Well, wouldn't it be nice if I had a sword, too?
We don't use sword anymore.
You don't use a sword in fencing? What do you use, a mixmaster?
No, we use...
What do you mean, no swords?
We use foil, épée, and sabre.
Épée? Isn't he one of the 7 dwarfs?
No, it's a blade.
Well, épée was a blade, I remember. Well, let's talk about the hula. For example, just what is the hula? Besides a good way to keep warm on a cold night.
It tells a story by dancing.
Uh-huh. And all this time I've been wasting my time reading books. What kind of stories does it tell? Mysteries?
There's no mystery about the hula.
Well, doesn't that depend on whether the grass on the skirt needs cutting? What kind of stories can you tell by dancing?
Oh, you tell love stories, and stories about the trees, the sun, the moon. They're all very simple stories.
Mm-hmm. Well, how does dancing tell a story? I don't understand.
Well, it tells a story by using the hands and the arms.
Mm-hmm.
It,
Each gesture you make has some significance, I suppose?
Yes, that's right.
And I bet you've told many a story and then tried to wiggle out of it, huh? Well, you've been a very interesting couple, particularly you, Hilani. And if I ever do any fencing, you can be sure it won't be with a hula dance. Now you're going to play You Bet Your Life. You run your $20 into more than the other couples, and you'll get a chance at the $1,000 question. I can't tell you how much the other couples won, but Fenneman's going to remind our listeners.
The unemployment clerk and the genealogist are still leading with $228.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected modern composers. Here's your first question. How much will you bet?
$10.
$10? Okay. Who composed Begin the Begin?
Cole Porter.
Cole Porter is right.
$30.
Remember, you're going for $1,000. How much is the 30 you're going to try?
20.
20? Who composed Summertime?
Gershwin.
Gershwin is right.
And you climbed at $50.
Now you got $50. Here's your third question. How much of the 50?
40.
40 you're going to bet? All right. Who composed I've Told Every Little Star? Take a guess. Talk it over. And if you don't know, guess. Well, the bell is told. It was Jerome Kern. You should have known that. It's a very, very popular and very well-known song.
You now have $10.
Well, that's a shame. Now, it's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 10 will you bet?
10.
Shoot the works? Okay. Who composed White Christmas?
Irving Berlin.
Irving Berlin is right.
And you'll wind up with a grand total of $20, and that means the unemployment clerk and the genealogist with $228 get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,000 question. All over the country this week, wherever the famous DeSoto Plymouth sign is displayed, people have been stopping, looking, and buying. Yes, and you know what they've been buying. The great new 51 DeSoto. Wherever you see this year's DeSoto, you'll see crowds gathering to admire it. But the real cause for admiration is the ride DeSoto gives you. Smooth, unbelievably comfortable. It's a revelation. What gives this amazing new concept of driving pleasure? Well, a great many features, such as a big new higher-powered engine, amazing new Oriflow shock absorbers, feather light steering. Features like these add up to driving pleasure you never dreamed possible. Yet DeSoto sells for only a few dollars more than the lowest cost car. So follow the crowd to your DeSoto Plymouth dealers and see
the 51 DeSoto, that's a revelation to ride.
Here comes the winning couple, Groucho, the unemployment clerk and the genealogist. All set for the $1,000 DeSoto Plymouth question.
All right, here we go for $1,000. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you, so think carefully and please no help from the audience. Here it is. One of our presidents served only 30 days, the shortest service in presidential history. For $1,000, tell me who was this president. All right, what is the answer you two have decided upon?
Guess we're wrong, but we thought Buchanan.
No, I'm sorry. It was William Henry Harrison. That was a tough question. But anyway, you won. How much did they win?
$228.
You won $220, so that means the big question next week will be worth $1,500. Well, you lost the big money, but you won $220 in the quiz. Congratulations, and thanks to both of you and to all of our contestants on the show tonight.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $1,500. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also presented by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. Two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
By the way, folks, if you have nothing better to do, you might curl up with the February issue of Coronet Magazine and read the piece about me by my brother Harpo. It doesn't make any sense, but I think you'll enjoy it. The February Coronet Magazine. Good night, folks, and remember, now just be sure to visit your DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. Keep your car in safe operating condition. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell. Directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
Hiya, babe. Say, how about a... Ow!
Does that answer your question, buddy?
The Adventures of Maisie, starring Ann Southern. You all remember Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's famous Maisie picture. In just a moment, you'll hear Maisie in radio, starring the same glamorous star you all went to see and loved on the screen, Ann Southern. But first, your announcer. Southern as Maisie.
Yep, I'm Maisie, like the fella just said. Maisie Revere of show business. I've played the part of a waitress, acrobatress, stenographer, salesgirl, model, dance hall hostess. Well, you name it, and I've played the part, but never on the stage. Those are the jobs I've had so I could afford to look for jobs I couldn't get in the theater. And my advice to girls who want to go on the stage is, go home and marry that repulsive millionaire. I guess it's better to be rich and unhappy than poor and unhappy. And I'm sure poor now. I just finished not getting a part in a new musical, and I was walking along the sidewalk when I saw a sign in a cute little tea room window that said they wanted a fortune teller. I figured I could always make like the mysterious Madame Swibach the toast of Vienna, so I went in.
Hello. May I help you? We haven't started serving dinner yet.
Oh, well, I came in about the fortune-telling job. Has it been taken?
Well, no. But, well, I was sort of expecting more of the gypsy type. Someone more experienced.
Well, I've traveled all over the civilized world, and I've done everything for a living. Almost.
Oh.
No kidding, I'm a bigger gypsy than any gypsy you ever met.
Have you really traveled all over the world?
Yeah, practically all the way on foot.
I suppose you've met interesting men all over the world.
Oh, well, I've fought them off from Maine to Madagascar.
I guess you've been in love lots of times.
Uh-huh. And then there were other times when I've been happy.
Oh, must be wonderful.
Yeah, traveling's sort of fun.
I meant being in love.
Oh, that. Well, haven't you ever been in love?
Oh, yes, of course. But nothing ever happened.
Oh, gee, that's too bad, Miss
Twitchell. Eloise Twitchell.
Oh, well, I guess he didn't love you, is that it?
I don't know. I never found out. I never got a chance to talk to any of them. William Farnham, Richard Bennett, Rudolph Valentino, John Barrymore. And, of course, I'll always love Hopalong Cassidy.
Yeah, me too.
Well, now, you say you can tell fortunes, Miss...
Maisie Revere. Oh, sure, I can tell fortunes. And I also read tea leaves, palms, minds, and the backs of some decks of cards.
Well, would you tell my fortune, sort of as a sample?
Oh, sure. Here, write down. Will you have it with or without tea leaves?
Well, I don't know. I just had a cup of tea.
Oh, well, I can even read tea leaves the hard way while they're still in the bag. Well, bring out the tea bag you're going to use next.
No. Just read my palm.
Oh, well, all right. Sit down, Miss Twitchell, and let's see what the future has in store for you.
Oh, yes. I always get so nervous when anybody reads my palm. This.
Oh. Well, this is a very interesting hand. Look at those lines.
Oh, well, I'm afraid they're just from old age creeping up on me.
Oh, no. Miss Twitchell, I see that you are running a difficult business all by yourself. And it's not going too well, right?
Yes, right. If I can't make a success of the old mill tea room, I don't know what I'll do. And you're very right. It isn't going too well. I thought maybe having a fortune teller might help.
Well, I see by these lines here that it will help.
Oh, wonderful.
Here, Miss Twitchell, here is the heart line. Look how strong and deep it is.
Mm.
You're a woman with a great capacity for love.
It's true. True.
Yet, because you're shy and sensitive, you've never let the men you've loved know of this.
Well, I've written a few fan letters, but nobody ever answered.
Here, here. What is this?
What? Where? Who?
Well, right here. I see a man coming into your life very soon. He is also very shy and sensitive, and he's handsome.
I don't suppose you can see what his name is.
Well, I can tell you that he's of medium height with light hair, well, perhaps white hair, and with brown, perhaps blue eyes. But I can't see in your palm his name, address, or telephone number.
I guess that's expecting too much.
Yeah. I see also that your heart line is much stronger than your head line.
Oh, yes.
When you're in love, you don't use your head. You do silly things.
It's true. It's true.
I also see that you're tired, you're worried and frightened, and you're not sleeping very well.
Yes.
And if you don't get some help, you'll fall apart at the seams.
Oh, Miss Revere, you're hired. You know my palm so well.
Oh, it isn't that I know your palm so well. I know what happens when amateurs get into the restaurant business, and it's no bed of roses. No, I'm supposed to hold your hand, Mr. Kellogg.
But, baby, I like it this way.
If that hand of yours doesn't behave itself, it'll end up with a fork sticking into it.
Oh.
Now, let's see. You're a fine, sensitive man,
Yes.
and usually intelligent.
Yes.
Women are attracted to you,
Mm-hmm.
irresistibly attracted, but they hesitate to show it for fear you'll turn them down.
Oh, go ahead. Say anything you want to me. I won't turn you down.
Well, please, not so fast. I haven't had time to be overwhelmed by your personality yet.
Well, you let me know when you're ready. What else do you see in my palm?
You'll come back to the old mill tea room. You'll bring a girl, and you'll order the filet mignon for two.
Oh, well, that's too expensive.
Don't interrupt the reading. And I see that I will read the girl's palm and tell her how lucky she is to be out with a schmo like you.
Hey, that's an idea.
But don't forget to make your reservation early.
Well, I'll bring Dorothy tomorrow.
Good. You know what suckers we women are for a little fortune-telling hocus-pocus.
Yes.
Well, goodbye now. See you tomorrow?
Oh, you bet. I'll be here.
Pardon me. Would you like to have me tell your fortune?
What fortune? I just saw my income tax man.
Well, perhaps if you
Get
could...
lost.
Yes, sir. I better keep telling myself the customer's always right. Would you like to have me tell your fortune, sir?
Well, young lady, can you really look into the future?
Oh, of course. Anything up to 100 years from now seems like yesterday to me.
Well, sit right down there.
Now, let me see your palm. Thank you. I see that you're a fine, sensitive man and unusually intelligent.
And women are irresistibly attracted to me, but they hesitate to show it for fear I'll turn them down.
Well, something like that.
I couldn't help overhearing some of the reading you gave the fellow at the corner table.
Oh, well, in that case, I'll have to give you a real reading.
Thank you. And may I say before you start that you're a delightful addition to an already charming place?
Well, gee, thanks very much.
The food is excellent. The proprietress is enchantingly sweet. And you, my dear, bring a gay, fresh air to the old-fashioned elegance of this tea room.
You want to make something out of it?
I beg your pardon.
What's your angle? Why are you being so nice?
Is there anything wrong with it?
Well, no, there's nothing exactly wrong, just something very suspicious. I'm not used to compliments.
That I refuse to believe. After all, you are young, blonde, and very tastefully assembled. I'm sure you are quite accustomed to compliments. Now, my fortune, if you please.
Oh, yeah, it's okay. Well, this is a very interesting palm.
I'm sure.
And I see that you're having financial problems at the moment.
Are you reading my palm or the frayed cuff of my shirt?
Oh, just your palm. I see that you're mechanically inclined.
Mm-hmm.
There's some kind of trouble. Perhaps it's legal trouble.
Go on.
And you're trying to make a big killing of some sort? How am I doing?
Pretty good.
I also see something very interesting in your palm.
A little dirt, perhaps.
No, I see that you're about to have a love affair.
Well, that is very interesting indeed. Are you sure that my palm realizes that I'm not exactly a young man?
Oh, sure.
Well, you've given me a splendid palm reading, and I'm very grateful. Thank you.
It was a pleasure. You didn't tell me whether I was right or not.
No, I didn't, did I? I wonder if you would ask the proprietress if I could talk to her for a moment.
Sure, I think Miss Twitchell's out in the kitchen. I'll send her in.
Thank you so much. There's one thing in telling my fortune that you should have told me right at the beginning.
Oh, what's that?
If you can see into the future, you should have known that I left my wallet at home, and I can't pay for this dinner I just ate.
Oh, brother.
Hey, Maisie, what's with Miss Twitchell?
Oh, never mind about Miss Twitchell. Just keep on massaging those dishes.
Well, what's taking her so long?
She's talking to the man who said he left his wallet home.
Some excuse. Only a crook would try that.
Well, it could be legitimate.
Nah, only a crook. I know. I've done it many times myself.
Back to your dishes, Cinderella.
Okay. So polish up your crystal ball and tell us what's happening out there.
Oh, relax, Elmore. I'll open the door a little and find out.
Don't take no 15 minutes to throw a bum out on a veer, you know.
Mr. Lovejoy, you don't really mean it.
Oh, but I do, Miss Twitchell. I do. Indeed, I do.
He does.
You try to make the food just right and the place cozy and attractive and cheerful. But I didn't think anybody ever noticed.
Noticed? My dear Miss Twitchell, it's so very apparent.
Oh, Heather?
Your gay, delightful touch is everywhere here. When I first walked in and looked around, I visualized the kind of person who could create such a beautiful atmosphere. And when you first walked in, you were far more charming than I could have imagined.
Oh, Mr. Lovejoy.
Really? Well, I could talk to you forever. But I must go.
Oh, brother, did you hear that? Yeah, it sure was real dull.
Yeah, well, she's enjoying it, and why shouldn't she? Boy, what a tumble she's going to take when the first good line comes along. She's overripe right now.
Oh, Cynthia, isn't he wonderful?
Yeah, he's wonderful, but did he pay?
He left his wallet home. Miss Revere, didn't you notice something unusual about him?
Well, he had a lovely line.
Don't you remember? You told me a man with light hair and blue eyes who was shy and sensitive was coming into my life.
Oh, that's right.
Maybe it was me, huh?
Oh, behave yourself, Elmore. Gee, Miss Twitchell, you don't really believe in fortune-telling, do you?
Why, of course I do. And the fortune you just told for me was perfect. Oh, he's such an exciting man. So cultured, so gallant, so handsome,
so broke.
I still think he's wonderful. And I think he thinks I'm nice, too.
Well, you are.
And you know something else.
Yeah, I know. You're in love. But be careful and don't get hurt. I hate to see you carrying the torch.
What's that?
Well, Miss Twitchell, the torch is the same as trying to put a size 7 foot into a size 4 shoe, only the pain is in the heart. And I'm just not going to let that happen to you.
The Adventures of Maisie, starring Ann Southern, will continue in just a moment. Back to Maisie.
Oh, Maisie.
Yes, Miss Twitchell.
You know that Mr. Lovejoy?
Oh, is he the one you refer to as that wonderful man?
Yes. He came back last night after you and Elmore had left.
And held the place up? How much did he get?
No! He paid me the money for the dinner.
He paid you back? No kidding. He must be neurotic.
And he walked me all the way home. And he stayed on the street side, just like a gentleman.
To protect you from runaway horses.
And then I stopped at the door to my apartment, and he stopped. And I said goodbye. And he said goodbye. And I said goodbye. And he said goodbye.
Wow. What's your problem?
Maisie, I want to get him. What do I do next? Maisie, I need some more advice. We're going to see a movie this afternoon.
Fine. Elmore and I can get everything ready for the early dinner customers.
Maisie, what do you do when a man holds your hand in the movie?
Well, just be sure your other hand has a good grip on your handbag. And check your rings before you leave the theater.
Hey, Maisie.
What is it, Elmore?
Look who's saying goodbye at the front door. She better hurry. Our dinners have to be ready in an hour and a half.
Look, she's got him eaten right out of her hand.
So she's feeding him popcorn.
I gave her a few tips on how to get a man interested and keep him all steamed up. Look, looks like she's done a good job on him.
Shh, maybe we can hear.
Elmore, that would be eavesdropping. It's impolite, unethical, and besides, we won't hear anything if you don't open the door a little more.
How's this?
Fine.
Well, when will I see you again, Richard?
As soon as I finish the business, I'll hurry back to you, Eloise. I'll be thinking of you every moment.
I'll miss you.
And when I come back, Eloise, I hope you will do me the honor of becoming my wife.
Oh, Richard. Of course I will.
What am I doing?
Oh, yeah. Gee, it's a wonderful romance, isn't it?
Yeah, but I hope I don't wait that long.
You won't. Well, there he goes.
Goodbye, Richard.
Here she comes.
Hello, Maisie. Hello, Elmore.
Good afternoon, Miss Twitchell.
Well, when are we going to start calling you Mrs. Lovejoy?
Maisie, you were listening.
Yeah, I couldn't help it. Congratulations.
Yeah, congratulations.
Well, thank you. And, Maisie, I owe it all to you.
Oh, it was nothing.
If you hadn't shown me a few of those wonderful feminine tricks, well, I don't know where I'd be now.
Just getting started.
Well, Miss Twitchell, a girl learns an awful lot and awful fast in show business, and I took the accelerated course.
Last night he told me he loved me. Oh, I've never been so happy in all my life.
Gee, Miss Twitchell, you're really on cloud 9, aren't you?
Yeah, she's real crazy.
But where were you this morning?
Oh, we went around to the banks getting the money out. I guess I didn't tell you about that, did I?
About what?
I got all of my money out of the bank and borrowed some on this place. And I gave it all to Richard.
No, you didn't. You're just saying that.
But I did.
Oh, Miss Twitchell, nobody could be that dumb. Or could you?
But he'll be very careful of it. And he's a wonderful man. And he loves me.
You mean you hawked this place and took out your savings and gave all the money to that guy?
Yes, of course.
I quit. No more washing dishes for me.
You're staying. What's the matter with you?
I got a smooth line, too. Why should I be getting dishpan hands here when I can be cleaning up outside?
Oh, Elmore.
35, 40, 41, 42, 43. Well, we had a good night tonight, Maisie.
Yeah, did you notice how all those guys come back and bring their girls so I can tell their fortunes?
Yes, indeed. Oh, will you tell them we're closed, Maisie?
Well, maybe it's just an early burglar. I'll see. What do you want?
Open up, Maisie.
Oh, hi. Just a second. It's Sergeant Burnham, Miss Twitchell, the plainclothes man. Come on in, Jerry.
I'll only be a minute. Is there a Richard Lovejoy around here?
Richard?
Mm-hmm.
No, he's not here. But, what do you want him for?
Well, who knows? They just told me at the precinct station to see if I could locate him. Do you know where he is?
Well, I think Miss Twitchell...
No, I haven't any idea at all.
But no idea at all.
Well, if you do see him, let me know, will you?
Well, sure, Jerry.
Good night, Sergeant Burnham. Good night.
Hey, now stop shoving me. Good night.
Well, why didn't you tell him where he lived?
How could I? What if he wanted to arrest Richard?
Well, if they want to arrest him, don't you think now is as good a time as any before he spends all your money?
But I don't want them to arrest him. And besides, he's innocent.
How do you know?
Because if he wasn't, I wouldn't love him so.
Well, what's his phone number? I'll call and see if he's there.
Oh, no, I don't want to spy on him. I trust him.
But, Miss Twitchell, maybe he's out with another woman.
The number is Gladwin, 8497.
Thank you. What'd you give him the money for in the first place?
Oh, it was for his wonderful invention. He needed the money so he could demonstrate it for a few people.
What kind of an invention is it?
I don't know exactly, but it's surefire. He said so.
Did you get a receipt?
He wanted to give me one, but I wouldn't take it.
Good girl. Hello? Oh, hello. Is Richard Lovejoy there? He isn't? Well, do you know where I can get in touch with him? This is his sister from Milwaukee. Oh. Thank you very much.
He isn't there?
He left this evening in an awful hurry. In fact, he was in such a hurry that he forgot to pay last month's rent. Now, what do you think?
I don't care. He's still innocent.
He's still innocent. Yeah. I knew we women were suckers, but I never realized we had the field practically all to ourselves. This is Better Business Bureau. How's business? Any better? Hey, watch your language, buddy. I'm just kidding. Hey, have you got anything on a man who swindles women whose name is Richard Lovejoy? Yeah, okay, I'll wait.
He's been missing 4 days now. Hasn't that detective Sergeant Burnham found anything yet?
Nah, he couldn't detect a goat in a phone booth.
He tells me he can track a mouse across a concrete parking lot.
Hello? Yeah, Lovejoy. Yeah. Okay. Thanks very much.
What's the verdict?
Elmore. They've got a Henry Lovejoy.
Couldn't be the same one, I don't suppose.
Oh, brother. That guy seemed very nice, but he was so nice that I suspected him the minute I laid eyes on him. Poor Miss Twitchell got took. Oh, we were just talking about you.
Oh, I heard. For your information, Maisie, I don't think I got taken at all. I still think Mr. Lovejoy is as honest as anybody can be.
Well, have you heard anything from him?
No, but I'm sure he has very good reasons for not writing or phoning.
I'm sure he's got good reasons, too. The police.
I don't care what anybody says. He's honest and he's nice. And I still feel the same way about him that I did when I met him.
Now see what you did?
Oh, well, I'm sorry, Miss Twitchell. I'm trying to help all I can. Mr. Johnson called, and there was a Mr. Calder here looking around.
Oh, well, I didn't pay my bills this month. I gave the money to Richard.
I've got $15 you can have.
No, thanks. No, it wouldn't help enough.
I'll get it. Hello? Yeah, this is Maisie. Who's this? No, he's not here yet. No kidding. Okay, I'll tell her.
Who was it?
That was the desk sergeant. He said Detective Sergeant Burnham had picked up Mr. Lovejoy and was bringing him over here.
The police?
Mm-hmm.
I don't care. I'll be happy to see him.
Yeah, well, you won't have long to wait. Here they come.
Richard. Oh, Richard.
Louise, I'm so glad to see you.
Hiya, Maisie. Well, I told you I'd find him.
Yeah, where was he?
They called me up from the rooming house. Said, hey, look what's going on.
It's love, I guess. Has he got any of the money left?
Left? Maisie, he sold some kind of an automobile patent to one of the biggest outfits in Detroit, and he's loaded with money.
Oh, Richard, I knew you'd come back. I just knew.
Why, of course. And Eloise, it's only been a few days, but how I've missed you.
Well, congratulations, Mr. Lovejoy, and you too, Miss Twitchell.
You really missed me.
Every moment I was away, I was thinking of you. And to prove it, look at the ring I got for you.
Oh, I don't want a ring especially, Richard. I'm just glad you were thinking of it. Oh, it is beautiful.
Oh, gee, it is. Well, congratulations.
Boy, a big hunk of glass.
Yeah, isn't
I hope I didn't worry you too much, darling.
I was worried, all right, but I never doubted.
Not even a little bit?
Not even for a second.
I want to congratulate you, hey.
It would be wonderful.
Fellas, I think we might as well get out of here for a moment or so. Nobody knows we're here anyway.
So I've noticed.
Gee, love is a wonderful thing.
Yeah, it's what makes the world go round.
It's what keeps the park benches dusted.
Ah, love. That empty feeling.
Yeah, I get that empty feeling, too.
Maisie, what do you do when you get it?
I eat and it goes away. Leave me alone for a minute, will you?
What are you looking at your hand for?
Well, I found a good-looking man with money in Miss Twitchell's palm. Now I'm looking for the same thing for me.
In just a moment, we shall return to the adventures of Maisie. Here's Maisie.
Well, I don't know whether there's anything to this fortune telling or not. I read my own palm, and according to my calculations, next year I'll be playing shortstop for the Cleveland Indians. Miss Twitchell and Mr. Lovejoy got married and left for a honeymoon in Sun Valley. That left me without a job, so they offered to adopt me as their child, but I couldn't see making the trip in a bassinet. My booking agent, Squirman Herman, said he'd found a job for me that would really showcase my talent. It turned out to be flipping pancakes in the window of a restaurant. Well, naturally, I turned the job down. That was yesterday. But I'm hungrier today. Come on, feet, get moving. Let's get a flip at those flapjacks.
Just heard The Adventures of Maisie, starring Ann Sothern. Maisie was written by John L. Green. Original music was composed and conducted by Harry Zimmerman. Supporting cast included Lorene Tuttle, Sidney Miller, Peter Leeds, Griff Barnett, and Tommy Bernard. Jack McCoy speaking.
transcribed.
From Hollywood, we present the Dean Martin and Jerry Lewis Show. Brought to you by Census for fast relief from pain of headache, neuritis, and neuralgia, and by Chesterfield, the cigarette that gives you something new, something no other cigarette has. Chesterfield mildness plus no unpleasant aftertaste. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to introduce our master of ceremonies.
Well, hiya, folks. This is Dean Martin. Well, once again, I see Jerry isn't here on time. However, this time I know why he's late. You see, he took a physical examination this morning, and the doctor told him to watch his stomach. So he's been sitting in front of a mirror all day long. And while they're trying to pry him away, I'd like to kick around a bit of a I wish I was.
Wish I was a swinging, clinging vine. Wish I was a swinging, clinging vine. If I was a swinging, clinging vine, I'd only cling to the gal of mine. Wish I was a swinging, clinging vine. Hi-ho, piddly-dee, tell you what I'd like to be. Hi-ho, piddly-dee, here is what I dream I'd like to be. Wish I was a fuzzy-wuzzy fox. Wish I was a fuzzy-wuzzy fox. If I was a fuzzy-wuzzy fox, I'd never have to change my socks. I wish I was a fuzzy-wuzzy fox. Hi-ho, piddly-dee, tell you what I'd like to be. Hi-ho, piddly-dee, here is what I dream I'd like to be. Wish I was an apple on a tree. Wish I was an apple on a tree. If I was an apple on a tree, a girl come along and take a bite of me. Well, I wish I was an apple on a tree. Wish I was the sun up above. Wish I was the sun up above. By the sun way up above, it'd shine right down on the one I love. I wish I was the sun up above.
Thank you, folks. Now,
I wish I was an apple on a tree.
Hey, not so loud. Now, let's keep it quiet.
Keep it quiet? What's the matter? Is this a hospital zone?
Jerry, you try my patience.
Okay, I'll try your patience, but you'll have to try my little thin hot cake.
You're an idiot.
Me, an idiot?
Yes, you. Here.
I'm an idiot. Why, I studied nuclear fission with Oppenheimer, relativity with Einstein, theories with Darwin, and you call me an idiot?
Well, aren't you?
Well, yeah.
Figure. Now, look, Jerry, I made up my mind. No more argument.
You can say that again, buddy. One more fight, and that'll be the last. I got another singer warming up, and he's pretty good.
Yeah, what's his name?
Joe Stafford.
Joe Stafford. Oh, but she's a girl.
Listen, Dean, when are you going to realize that I'm a pretty important guy?
Jerry, any impression you may have entertained as to your personal value is entirely irregular, irrelevant, and immaterial.
Well,
They're suing you again. You've been in court.
Now, Jerry, this has gone far enough.
It sure has, and just for that, you can't hear the song I wrote for you.
You wrote a song for me? Go ahead. Sing it for me.
No.
Oh, come on.
Coax me. Give me your hoppy badge.
Jerry, I'm waiting.
Okay, here it is. Some enchanted evening.
Oh, wait a minute. You wrote that song by yourself?
Well, not exactly. My friend Herbie helped me. He plays the drums.
For your information, that song was written by Rodgers and Hammerstein.
Did they tell you they wrote that song?
I never met Rodgers and Hammerstein, but...
So you'd rather take the word of total stranger?
I'm sorry, Jerry. You wrote the song, okay? It's your song.
Why do you lie?
Jerry, will you please drop the whole thing? Let's get on with the show. Who's our first guest?
Say, I have an idea. Instead of having a guest here, why don't you and I do a sing to get a boat?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Jerry and I give you our impression of a father trying to put his small son to bed.
Little man, you're crying.
I'm only 2 years old. I'm entitled.
I know why you're blue.
There's sand in my talcum powder.
Someone took your kitty car away.
It was Mother. She's hated me for years.
Better go to sleep now.
I can't. I'm on the night shift.
Little man, you've had a busy day.
What busy? I was up at 5, burned down the garage, pushed Grandma into the garbage disposal, cut paper dolls out of the living room rug. I was due at 10 o'clock, and I've been loafing all day.
You've been playing soldier.
Who's playing? We're shipping out tonight.
The battle has been won.
It was easy. I used real bullets.
The enemy is out of sight.
They just haven't any guts.
Come along there, soldier.
Take your filthy hands off me.
Put away your gun.
Just one shot at Mother.
The war is over for tonight.
That's what you think. I set a time bomb under Herbie's crib.
Time to stop your scheming.
Someone has to think around here. Good heavens, if I left things up to you last week, you didn't even heat the milk.
Time your day was through.
It ain't even dark yet, Dad.
Can't you hear the bugle softly say?
Do you really think that bugle talks?
You should be dreaming.
I'll have a nightmare. I just saw Uncle Milty.
Little man, you slipped that in on me. You've had a busy day.
I'm getting sleepy. Little man, you've had a busy
Well, now that we've had our busy day, let's turn some business over to Jimmy Wallington.
Thanks, Dean. Ladies and gentlemen, the next time you suffer from pains of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia, take Anacin. You'll bless the day you heard of this incredibly fast way to relieve these pains. Now, the reason Anacin is so wonderfully fast-acting and effective is this. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. Thousands of people have received envelopes containing Anacin tablets from their own dentist or physician, and in this way discovered the incredibly fast relief Anacin brings from pains of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia. So the next time a headache strikes, take Anacin for this wonderfully fast relief. Anacin, A-N-A-C-I-N. Anacin comes in handy boxes of 12 and 30, economical family-sized bottles of 50 and 100. Get Anacin at any drug counter.
Folks, our guest tonight is a man Jerry and I have admired since before the start of our own careers. His name has been magic in show business for so long that it isn't really necessary for me to say any more than, ladies and gentlemen, Bing Crosby.
Thanks a lot, Dean. You're very sweet.
Well, that's okay, Bing. Everybody knows that when it comes to crooning, you're the daddy of them all.
Oh, I'm no kin of Mel Torme's now. I borrowed him. But I've got 4 up-and-coming groaners who call me Pappy.
Yeah, and I hear they work with you now and then.
Uh-huh. I trapped Gary once, got him in to make a platter with me called Samsung.
Bing, what say I do a fast course of Samsung with you?
Well, Dean, that song is strictly a family deal.
Adopt me.
I'd rather have Bullethead. Where'd he go? Okay, let's make it good and low, though. Don't sing too loud, because if Gary hears me, I'm cooked.
All right.
Here's a happy tune you love to croon. They call it Samsung. Catchy as can be, this melody, they call it Samsung. Nothing on your mind, and then you'll find you're humming Samsung. Why, it makes you grin, gets under your skin, as only a song can do. People that you meet out on the streets, all whistling Samsung. Everyone you see will soon agree it's such a grand song. So forget your troubles, wear a smile as Bullethead back. You'll find you'll never go wrong. They tune, this happy tune, they call it Samsung.
Now we have a musical interpolation by Mr. Dino Martini, who comes to us through the courtesy of Chico's Lasagna Parlor. Dino?
Here's a happy tune that will bring you a smile all the while when you croon that you're really in style.
And the title is
Samsung. Catchy as can be, with a slight little beat in the melody.
Digs the
Sweet
stuff,
as you're
don't
tapping
he?
your feet, and the title is Samsung. Nothing on your mind, but the news of the day and the bills you will pay will keep your hair turning gray,
Don't
but
get
you're
hurt.
still humming Sam.
You continue.
But it makes you grin, gets under your skin.
More solo than I ever
As
give
only
hope, I'll
a
tell
song can do. A people that you meet. Hello, Joe, what you know? And you remind me of no telling business is slow, but I'm whistling Samsung. Everyone you see has a story to tell or a gimmick to sell, with agree that it's well and it's really a grand song. So forget your troubles and wear a smile, and you'll find you'll never go wrong. You learn to croon like a lark in the park who is making his mark, serenading the dark with the chorus of Samsung.
All right, everybody, it's time to sound off for Chesterfield.
Sound off. Sound off. Get on the ball, get in the swing. Take a tip from Brother Bing. Chesterfield is on the move. Something smokers all approve. Mildness plus
No aftertaste.
Mildness plus
No aftertaste.
No unpleasant aftertaste in Chesterfield.
That's right.
Now hear the words of Brother Dean, over the counter or in a machine. It's Chesterfield that sets the pace with no unpleasant aftertaste. Chesterfield.
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 Milder, 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 milder Chesterfield.
That's right. Now listen, folks, to Brother Jared from Cucamonga to Bel Air. Chesterfields are on the go. If you don't smoke 'em, you're a schmo. Sound off.
Chesterfield.
Sound off.
For Chesterfield.
Try a pack of Chesterfield. Do it.
Today.
Today.
Well, you know, Bing, that song felt mighty good.
Oh, there's nothing like loosening up the old tonsils.
Hey,
You know,
Dean,
really get
you know I want... Hey, you didn't tell me your father was coming.
Jerry, this is Bing Crosby.
Who are you kidding? If he's Bing Crosby, I'm Frankie Lane.
Oh, you better show him, Bing.
When the blue of the night meets the gold of the day.
Well, what do you say, Jerry?
Jezebel, if ever fell,
Say, Dean, how long you been working with this monkey on a stick? You got
Just a minute, Crownsby. I don't happen to like it, see? So I didn't know it was you. This is so terrible, I didn't recognize you without your partner.
What do you mean, partner, Junior? I do a single.
What about the guy that says, "How are you, my lad? Top of the morning, my lad.
Oh, you mean Barry Fitzgerald?
No, you mean Barry Fitzgerald.
Now, look, Jeff, be nice. Bing is our guest. Besides, you boys have something in common.
What could this be, Dean?
Well, you both have a son named Gary.
Hey, Bing, you got a son named Gary, too?
What, you never heard of Gary Crosby? He's my oldest boy, 18 years old, brings in a lot of loot with his records. Be aware. Come alive.
Boy, oh boy, money sure goes to money. To applaud about. I think it's a shame. This kid's 18, makes all that money. My Gary's 6 years old. He lays around the house all day like a bum. Never brings it up.
Ah, Bing, with all your money, why don't you just buy yourself a nice little continent and settle down? That's a question you'll have to ask my brother Everett, Dean.
Yeah, what's with this brother Everett deal? How come he manages all your affairs? Who chose him, boss?
Well, it's a lot. It's a long story, fellas. It all started way back when we were kids. Brother Bob and I were kind of close, but Everett, he was a lot like you, Jerry.
You mean he was jerky?
He was a little mixed up, let's put it that way. I remember back in high school, Everett was sort of Mother's favorite.
Bing! Bob! Everett! Come in here right away. I want to talk to you.
What's on your mind, Ma? I'm not much for family gabfest, but when you call, why, just think of me as your ever-listening boy.
Bing Crosby, now where on earth did you develop that horrible, lazy manner of speech?
Oh, it's not too bad, Ma. I guess it just springs from a lackadaisical attitude and a relaxed approach to life.
Good heavens, Robert. You're beginning to sound just like your brother Bing. Well, I certainly hope Everett hasn't been affected.
Don't worry about me, Ma. I still talk normal.
Hey, now, come on, tell the truth. Is Everett really one of us? Of course he isn't. You know better than that. We were brought by the stork. He came by bat.
Now, stop that. I want you boys to get along. Because from now on, you're going to work together as a singing trio.
I don't want to be a singer, Ma. I'm studying animal husbandry.
Yeah, let him go, Ma. He'll make some animal a great husband.
No, my mind is made up. Now, let's hear how your voices sound together. Bing, you start with row, row, row your boat, and you two join in.
Row, row, row your boat.
Row, row, row your boat.
Row, row, row your boat gently down the stream.
Hey! Sound like you opened a vein or something. Ma, Everett's murder. Besides, I want to do a single.
How can you do a single? You sound like every other singer. You don't have no style.
What do you mean I haven't got no style? You take that back or I'll let you have it.
I said it and I'm glad. You got no style.
Well, you asked for it.
Why, Bing Crosby, how dare you hit your brother? There, Everett, Mama's little boy.
Well, look, he made a boo-boo.
Hey, Bing, did you hear that? Everett said you made a boo-boo. It's not too bad. I made a boo-boo. You made a boo-boo. I made a boo-boo. Listen, he's got it. A new style of singing.
You're right.
Crazy.
Bing Crosby, from now on, I hope you realize that you owe your brother everything.
Yeah, and that's what I'm going to get. Everything.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have just heard the humble beginnings of the Crosby story. The rest is history. And today, in the busy little town of Crosbyville, where Crosby Boulevard meets Crosby Lane next to the Crosby National Bank, on the 18th floor of the Crosby building situated high in the Crosby Hills, sitting at his huge Crosby desk, is the fabulous Everett Crosby.
Crosby Enterprises, Bing makes it, Everett takes it. Who's calling? Washington, okay, put him on. What is it, Harry? National debt. Look, kid, I hate to turn you down, but $2 billion don't grow on trees, you know. Are you kidding? Bing's got to work a month for that kind of dough. I'm sorry, Harry. Harry, you don't have to get sore about it, Harry. Harry! Well, if that's the way you're going to be, all right for you in 52. Who is it?
It's me, your brother Bing.
Well, shove the money under the door and blow.
Well, I brought Brother Bob to see you.
Shove him under the money. Here, I'm afraid I'll have to ask you to leave.
Oh, Everett, is that a nice way to talk to your brothers?
Oh, I'm just ruthless.
And I'm penniless. Listen, Everett, I'm real short of this stuff. Could you let me have a few bucks, huh?
What did you do with the money I gave you yesterday?
I spent it.
You spent it? I gave you $15 million.
Ev, a man's got to live.
Now, Bing, you have to assert yourself with this boy. I don't like to see you get pushed around like this. Speak up. You have rights.
Look, Ev, I sing on records, I make money. I sing in movies, I make money. I sing on the radio, I make money. All I do is sing and make money. I hear the singing, but I don't see the money.
So we're even. I see the money and I don't hear the singing.
Fellas, there's only one thing to do. Let's go back to Mother's idea and form a trio. No more argument.
Right. Brother Bob, you just made the suggestion of the night.
You mean you'll let me sing with you?
Yes.
Oh, this'll be Cardinal Peachy and Keen.
While we're three Crosby brothers who made our way. I'm Bing. I'm Bob.
I'm Everett.
We're three Crosby brothers, and we're here to say,
Bing.
Bob.
With my mellow voice, I carved a niche. I play my sax at the proper pitch.
But I get the money. Ho, ho, I'm rich.
I'm Bing. I'm Bob. And he's
Jerry and I have been partners and buddies for over 5 years now, and it's been a wonderful period for both of us. Lots of laughs and lots of good luck. Seems like only yesterday that we were sitting in the small club listening to a tinny little band and talking about our dreams and hopes for the future. Neither one of us were setting the world on fire. My singing just about kept me in coffee and cigarettes, and Jerry's record act just about kept him in milk and funny books. And suddenly, one of us had a brainstorm. And I'll be darned if either of us can remember which one it was, but it was right at that moment that we decided to try our luck as a team. And it always seemed symbolic that as we shook hands, the tinny little band was playing
You may not be an angel, 'cause angels are so few. But until the day that one comes along, I'll string along with you. I'm looking for an angel to sing my love song to. And until the day that one comes along, I'll string along with you. Say I got 3 or 4. The human little fault that you do have just make me love you more. You may not be an angel, but still I'm sure that you know. So until the day that one comes along, I'll string along with you. For every little fault that you have said, I got 3 or 4. The human little faults you do have just make me love you more. You may not be an angel, but still I'm sure you'll do. So until the day that one comes along, I'll string along with you.
That was fine. Really nice, Dean. Pretty good for a fairly new pair of pipes. I don't mind saying I think you're a comer.
I like it, too, but you know something, Bing? I really do like your style of talking. No kidding. It's contagious, too, like the mumps. Right, Dean?
Oh, I don't know. I've heard voices in my time, but Bing has a certain amount of the careless charm that simply fascinates the unsuspecting masses. However, I can't really say I find it contagious.
No, I guess it's not too contagious. Just one of those loose-lipped dragons that try to topple off the top. Well, a man's got to be wrong sometime, and I guess it's my turn. No, Bing, the way you talk isn't really contagious.
You know, Bing, it certainly was nice having you with us tonight.
Yeah, and don't forget, Bing, we're going to be paying you a visit real soon, too.
Right. I'll see you then, fellas.
Good night, Bing.
Right.
Thank you.
Good night, Bing. Good night, Bing, and until we meet all you folks out there again, this is Dean Martin.
And Jerry Lewis saying, don't forget, we appear on radio through the courtesy of Hal Wallace Productions, producers of our new picture soon to be released, Sailor Beware. Good night, everybody.
Good night, God bless.
From Hollywood, you have just heard transcribed the Dean Martin and Jerry Lewis Show, written by Ed Simmons and Norman Lear, produced and directed by Dick Mack, with music under the direction of Dick Stabile. Brought to you by Anderson for fast relief from pain of headache, neuritis, and neuralgia, and by Chesterfield, which brings you the greatest lineup of talent in radio and television history. Fred Allen, Arthur Godfrey, Bob Hope, Bing Crosby, Jerry Lester, Perry Como, and Dean Martin, and Jerry Lewis.
Hear Duffy's Tavern with Archie on NBC.